Hello, we're here again, episode 37. Yes, and welcome to Delboy as usual.
My age,
Hello.
my age. That is 37. I mean, it's not my fault. You're 67, is it? But there you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
I'll have someone new on it.
Well, I'm near there. It's a few more years. I'll soon be 67. Yeah,
I should have said
thank
I
you.
should have said 87, shouldn't I? But
Yeah,
there you go.
87. Yeah.
I was trying to be nice, but you haven't put your maybe it's Maybelline makeup on, have you today? So there you are.
Yeah. Anyhow, old lad. Should I say Southern Softy?
Yeah, I know. What's all that about? On my blog last week. What's all
Yeah,
that?
well,
Southern
you
Softy
know,
shit. Very insane. I have to have a rant already. 2 minutes in, that must be a record, isn't it?
go and have a good run.
My blog,
We've
and
already been ranting
he,
before we even get on.
he said nice things, and then suddenly Southern Softy comes into it. I thought
Well, I thought I'd just keep you. You see, you was probably dropping off. I was being so nice. You probably thought, oh yeah, they're just dropping off. And I thought, wake him up. It might wake him up. Like
it was the second time of doing the blog, and I think I got through it quite well. So
yeah. So as I usually say every week, Bayek, what have you been watching, lad?
And as I keep saying every bloody week, none of your bleeding business. What's it got to do with you?
Well, if it's not my business, let everybody else into the secret. You know, I'll pretend I'm not listening. Okay, I'll pretend I'm not listening.
I'll have to turn this off, won't I? I've actually been watching more TV stuff, and the TV stuff has actually turned to Christmas. So I tell you what, on Monday night, no word of a lie, on BBC4, they had Steptoe and Son Christmas special. They had the Likely Lads Christmas special. But I tell you what, the thing that annoys me most, they were on at midnight, 1 o'clock. It went, and I went, if I wanted to watch all of the stuff, and it was all good stuff, right? I'd have been there till 2 or 3 in the morning. Why isn't this stuff on at 9 and on a channel other than BBC4? It pisses me off. That stuff is far better, far more better humor. Puts a smile on your face than the shit that we've got coming up bloody at Christmas. Anyway,
just go full rant. You might as well get it off your chest, lad. Go full rant.
Put something good on. Shits. Right now, hang on. I know. 2 minutes in, and we've got a rant already.
You might as well. Why not?
I got the Steel Book of Signs that came up this week.
Yeah, great film.
Yeah, the Steel Book of the Sixth Sense, the Steel Book.
Yeah, another great film.
So this is just what's turned up this week. There is stuff, obviously. There is obviously stuff that came up since last Wednesday, but I showed it in my blog, and I can never remember where the cut off from Wednesday was. And there's this one. So the other one is the 4K of Demolition Man.
I've never seen that.
Oh, you can have my old Blu-ray Steelbook because I've got the 4K HDR if you want that.
Thank you.
I'll send that to you. It's not a problem.
Thank you very much. That's really kind.
But I want to talk about a film that really, really moved me this week. On Monday, I couldn't sleep, and I was watching Legends. And I don't know if this actor means anything to you, but it was Hume Cronin. Do you know who he is?
No, I've not heard of that name. No.
Oh, you'd recognize him. He was the one who was. He was the one who was in Cocoon. Batteries not included.
Yeah, I know what you mean now.
Brewster's Millions. He was the man who died, who gave Brewster all his millions. He was the old man. He said, "You got to spend $1 million," and all of this sort of stuff, right? There was a 1989 TV film that came out on the HBO channel called Month of Sundays, but over in the States it's called Age Old Friends, right? And it's all about an old age pensioner after his wife died, decided to sell his house, and he didn't want to move in with his daughter because although they're not estranged as such, they'd fight like cats and dogs. And so what happened was he moved into an old age pension home, but what he noticed is the regime that goes on in the old age pension home is the same all the time, which is somebody dies, they come in through the front door, they go out by the side door. Nobody can leave because they're all old age pensioners and they think they're feeble. He's got a best friend that he befriends, and it's all about their relationship because his friend is starting to lose his memory. So he always every day goes to the candy store to get some what do they call them? Got what they call gumdrops. That's it. And he lost his way, and then they like to talk about baseball and they can't remember the names of the baseball team, and it's just a nice sentimental thing because it's an old age pensioner type thing that
which I'll know all about. You're gonna say
no honestly, but I was just gonna say it's one of those films you put on a Sunday and you nearly cry. You know what I mean? Because you get really close to the characters, and basically it's one of those ones that's got comedy, but it's got pathos that makes you go, oh, you know what I mean? Like watching one of the early old Only Fools and Horses, where it's a laugh a minute, and then of course Rodney loses the baby or something at the end, and you go, bloody hell, this thing's made me cry, and now I'm sad, and it's like that. And I can't recommend it enough. And then I went to want to buy it, and of course it's only ever come out on DVD, and then it's only in America, and it's been out of print for years, and it'll cost you 30 odd quid. Going up, bugger me. And it's a shame. So I've obviously got the digital version. That'll do me. But it is a shame because it would be one that I'd definitely buy. But it's called Age Old Friends. If you do use torrents or anything like that, or you fancy looking up a film that I would recommend, that's one. If you want to write it down, it really, really was. I was so moved by it. I thought, what a great film this was. Great. It's up there with another sentimental film that really does mean a lot to me, and it's a film called Tuesdays with Morrie, which had Jack Lemmon in. And that's another story, where it's full of sentiment and all of that sort of stuff. Because Tuesdays with Morrie is about a bloke who's terminally ill, and his old a student that he was teaching came and saw him every Tuesday before he died, and it says it's not about how you live, it's about how you die. You got to learn how to die. And that's what it's all about. And that's a good one as well. He had a crippling disease. His legs went, and then all of his organs started to shut down. So it's a bit of a difficult watch. But what I'm trying to say is that this guy had a smile on his face all the way through to the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, if you've learned life's lessons, if you can turn around and say, do you know what? I've done everything I possibly can. The inevitable's round the corner. Then it's a good film because he's then teaching a youngster. Well, I say a youngster, he's like 35, 36. That you're fretting over nothing. There's plenty of years ahead of you. Live in the moment. Do these things that you want to do. Don't let them go by. That's the whole sentiment of the story. And these films, I watch them every now and again, just to remind me just how lucky I am to, how we met. I mean, we're now friends. We'll be probably lifelong friends, and we'll look back at these and go, do you remember when we used to do those rants on a Wednesday? It'll be fun. But we don't live in the moment. We're always moaning about the past or upset about what the future might hold, and fretting over something that you've got no control over.
Yeah.
So why not live in the moment for once? And that's what I think Wednesdays with you at 8 o'clock is. I live in the moment.
Yeah.
And that's why I look forward to Wednesdays, because it's one where I can forget about work that's just gone, forget about work that's coming up tomorrow. I can switch off and just go, look, I'm going to be having a load of conversations now with people that want to come in and hear us talk about shit.
Yes.
And that's what I like about it. I've met some great friends on here. I'm going to say it right now.
There is. Yeah.
Guy Robson. You know, that's just a name too, and they're all great people, and they've all, each one of them at some point has said, oh, you really want to watch this film, or you really want to do this, or you really want to do that, and they've expanded my horizons on films I wouldn't consider. You know, the only bastard I think is Tony York. I mean, he's a shit. You know, I wouldn't throw him out there, out of our garden. You know what I mean? Because I might sort of like get muck on my bloody clothes or something, trying to pick him up and throw him or something, right? But all the others, I quite like. You know what I mean? They're all right. Like, what are you laughing at? I was telling the truth.
Poor Tony. Tony's a great guy. He's Yorkshire. He's from Yorkshire, lad. My heck.
Oh well, I knew that I knew there was some affliction.
He's brilliant, not a southern softie.
There you go. So the inevitable has come, and we get round to, oh my God, I've watched 15 films and listened to 10 albums. What have you been bloody?
Right. So
I'll fall asleep now. Wake me up at about 8:45. I think it will probably take
at least. Right. So I'll start really positive. Let's be positive. 2 films that I think are amongst my favorite films of the year. 2 contenders in my list when I do it, probably next week or just before New Year ends. I'll do my favorite films of the year. And this one, straight away, Heretic, starring Hugh Grant.
You talked about that.
Yeah, I mentioned it on your
it's the one
film blog.
Yeah, it's the one film that I want to go to the pictures still to go and see, and I don't know if I'm going to get to it, but I'm going to try.
Yeah, it might be too late. Honestly, this film is good on so many levels. Hugh Grant's performance, I've not seen him like this before. He is superb. What a performance. And it's a film that descends totally into full-scale horror. But on that journey to that, it's a whole massive discussion, really, about religion. It's all about, it starts off, these 2 girls knock at his door, and the Mormons, and he welcomes them in, and he seems very friendly, but very knowledgeable. But then as it slowly moves on, he starts saying some more worrying things, and it just goes on like this. And these 2 girls in the end wish they'd never entered his house. But I love the fact that it was just opening up so many areas about religion. And I'm quite fascinated by religion and studied it quite a bit. And it covers all bases, all different things. And it's superb. And the horror and his performance at the end, absolutely great. So Heretic is a film that I definitely rate as my favorite of the year, be in my list. And then the other one is, I got it on Blu-ray, is this one, Speak No Evil. James McAvoy gives what I can only describe as...
That only came out about a week ago, didn't it?
Yeah. It's a great performance again. But this film is, for me, it's one of my favorite films of the year.
You know any reason why it's not on 4K? Is it because it doesn't need it? Is it because it doesn't need to be on 4K?
I don't know. Maybe it's one of these Blu-ray releases that they release and we'll get. Like Black Phone.
Well, yeah, but this is like Abigail, and this is like Omen.
I think it'll probably get one.
The new Omen and the Sting. they're all going to come out on 4K, and it means that we're buying it twice. Why?
Yeah.
That means that this is becoming more and more of a problem, as far as
I think that's what's happening. I don't know, but if it follows the pattern of all these other films, that's what's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
It'll come out if it follows that pattern. But I'm happy with this Blu-ray, and I really put this film really high. He plays this character who is so screwed up. He's a serial. He is a serial killer, but it's so clever.
Is his name Ian?
Yeah. I haven't quite got the skills, I don't think, of this character.
The serial killer bit. It was the bit before that. It said, "Oh, this is a right bastard who goes around." Anyway, go on.
It is a remake. A couple of years ago, there was an earlier version. Is it Danish and something else? I bet Muckman will know. I bet he'll know.
Oh, he knows everything.
He's probably seen the other. But if it's half as good as this one, then it would be fantastic. But I have heard it's a darker version. In other words, that they give a dark ending. And this one gives not quite as dark ending, which I think it deserved. But this is just we don't want everything dark all the time. We do want to see a bit of light at the end. And,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, and I liked it for this, but the whole performance, the way it just builds up, that's what I loved about it. The way it escalates, and by the end, you're into full-blown horror. But it's subtle. Right at the beginning, it just, something's not right, and you're wondering. There's some great revelations in this film. Like, we discover the real reason why his son doesn't talk. He can't talk. For some reason, he can't talk. And that discovery of why he can't talk is absolutely horrific. And also his wife, the character who plays his wife, she's really good as well, because you start thinking, well, she's not quite right. There's something a bit wrong about her. And then the other side, the couple that visit, who are, you could say, used in his game, she's quite canny, is the wife, a stronger character. The husband is a bit of a weaker character. He's a doctor, but she's very strong character. The actress who plays is great. And she's already sussing that things are not right and that there's more to things. And she's really good. I really recommend this. I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. And then what else? Yeah. Now, Danny sent me these Buck Rogers season 1 and season 2. And I've been watching these, enjoying them. I forgot that they're actually an hour-long episodes. They're quite long episodes.
Yeah,
take an whole hour.
Take the adverts out, and it's about 49 minutes.
Yeah, I really thought it enjoyable. I think they do, maybe as you get further and further into them, they do have a certain formula.
Oh, yeah.
And also, you notice with some sets that obviously they've only got so much money, and they keep mixing the same footage up because you've got to, for economic reasons. And And you get guest actors of the week, people that Jack Palance will pop up.
Jamie Lee Curtis is a famous one. She's in one of the first 8 episodes, I think.
It's amazing. They're all in here. These actors that you think, oh look, and because Roddy McDowell always pops up somewhere. He's in about every.
He's always an emperor or got bloody beads and earrings in or something. Have you noticed that? He's always like half a girl in half these science fiction things, right? But if I remember rightly, Jack Palance is the one with those hands, isn't it? That glow.
Yes, right, the hands. It really. Sometimes it's not intentionally funny, but I found it funny. I did find it very funny. And Erin Gray made me laugh because at the very first pilot episode, you wouldn't think it was about Buck Rogers. You'd think it's her because she just dominates the screen. They filmed this sequence, and you're thinking, oh, where's Buck Rogers? And it's all her because she's showing her delights and what have you. But that's it.
It's one
yeah,
way
it's
of
good
saying
fun.
it. Yeah.
And then there's a film that I need to be. I don't mean to be negative. I'm sorry about this, Jamie.
Yeah, but just before you go any further, just to say, if you can get the Blu-ray of Buck Rogers, it's really worth getting. It was done on film again.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm
So,
happy with that. To be honest, I am.
Oh
Happy
no! Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I loved
Yeah.
my DVD set.
Yeah.
I got rid of my DVD set because I picked up
Yeah.
the Blu-rays. But there's what I'm saying is that there is a night and day again on the quality between the DVD and the Blu-ray. It really is nice, the Blu-rays. If it weren't so damn expensive, I think it's like 60 quid for both
Yeah,
seasons
you see, I wouldn't pay that. I wouldn't pay that for
and it does go down in a sale sometimes to about 40 quid. And I would say it's worth it then because it's 20 quid per season.
Yeah.
But again, people will look at it. I'll tell you what, it's as close to Space 1999 as an argument as you're going to get. In the fact that there's the people that say the second season is shit compared to the first season.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they said about Space
1999.
Yeah. Etc. Amazing.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, actually. And I don't mind. And the thing is, I think the second seasons of both shows are not as bad as people have made out. I've watched the second seasons and I'm quite happy with them.
The comparison goes further in the fact that the second season was studio interference on changing the formula. That's exactly what happened with Space 1999. The Americans said, you got to have this writer, as an exec producer, it's got to be changed from the first one, and you got to get rid of the old man, all studio interference.
And guess what happened?
And then they cancelled it.
They cancelled it, exactly.
It's almost like they wanted to do that. It's like,
mind you, don't forget, original Star Trek got cancelled, didn't it? On second series. It was only the fans that brought
it's
back.
Amazing. It was the end of the first season and the beginning of the second season that it got its massive fan. It got a bigger fan base.
Yeah.
But then the numbers started to diminish. Then the third season went into what they call the death chat, the death time slot. It was a Friday at 9 o'clock or something.
And that killed it. Yeah.
And that killed it. And it's amazing how many shows they keep slotting into that slot, and they're all shows that later on we go, that was pretty good, really.
Yeah.
There's only one I'd definitely have put in that slot, and that's Manimal. What a piece of shit. I will rant and rave over Manimal as much as you bloody well want, piece of crap. What the hell shit's this? Every year I have to bloody watch this crap.
And actually, that policy never changed, did it? Because you think of all in the 90s, there were some great series that Fox created. After one season, they cancelled them because they put them in a death slot.
Fox is well known, right? Because Fox is well known because they even started up shows that cost a fortune in the graveyard slot. The famous one is Firefly. That was on at 9 o'clock on a Friday on the Fox channel. 13 episodes in, boom, it's gone.
Yeah.
And even now we're talking about, what'd you get rid of that for? It's brilliant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
my favorite was Space Above and Beyond.
Yeah.
That one was a great series, and look what they did.
But I don't know of many TV series that came out from 1995 to 2005 that came out by Fox that lasted longer than one series.
The X-Files was the lucky one. It managed to survive.
But it started earlier than 1995.
Yeah. They were lucky with the X-Files. They couldn't really argue against it. They couldn't get rid of it. Thank heavens.
But I just want to give my salute to Manimal. Manimal, you're great. Fucking shit. Get fucking you bastard. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
It's all right. You're quite happy to do that every week. Perhaps we ought to have a manimal spot now every week, so you can just get it all out.
You know what I like now? I bet you on Christmas, right? I'll open my Christmas presents. My mum's got me Manimal or something, collector's edition or something. I said, "Oh, I thought you'd like that." It's about animals. It's science fiction. I saw it. I saw it.
It was cheap.
I saw it for $1.99 in the charity shop. Thought you'd like it. Oh, well, thanks.
Anyhow, now I got this sent to me, so I'm really sorry, Jamie.
Oh yeah, here we go. Look, he's rubbing my nose in it again.
I honestly, I do like Ron Perlman a lot. I think Ron Perlman's great, but oh boy, this Hellboy 2. I think I've been over marveled, and
that's not Marvel.
Everything.
No,
exactly. I was just saying that. I was just going to get in. Give me a chance. I know it's a not Marvel one, and exactly that's the thing. Marvel has infected everything now that I watch, and even if it's whatever it is, and I watched this and thought, oh no, it's the same stuff again, and I've had too much of it.
Do me a favor though. Look at the back of it and tell me what year that came out.
God, I can't read on this. I don't know what year it is, but I'm just watching my perspective now as I watch it. And it's a shame because I really like Ron Perlman, but the more I watch this, I thought this is just not for me at all now. I don't know why. I just found the special effects. I just bored me to death. The story wasn't very good in my eyes. I didn't like it. Have you seen that's happened. As I said exactly the same with Deadpool. I'd watched Deadpool.
That's Hellboy 2. That's Hellboy 2, though. Have you seen Hellboy 1?
No, and if it's anything like this, I don't think I will like it.
I can tell you now categorically, Hellboy 1 is not like Hellboy 2.
Yeah,
it's almost like comparing Christopher Reeve Superman with the later 2000 edition, right?
Yeah,
almost like looking at it like that. Hellboy 1 starts off in the World War. You know how he was discovered. Well, Hellboy 2 is all about gaining an army together and all of this.
Yeah,
sort of stuff. It's a totally all-out action fest where the first one has got character development.
Yeah, I think a lot of it for me now is that all the CGI stuff that is put in these stories, and it just doesn't interest me anymore. I just find it over. I don't know. I'm just had enough of it.
Yeah, but I tell you what, there's another film series that is, you know, where I was talking about a comparison between Space 1999 and Buck Rogers, you know, where the second all of that sort of stuff. It's almost the same for this Hellboy with another film franchise. I had the name of it on the tip of my tongue just now, and it's gone out my head. Hang on. Where was I going to go with this? Hellboy 1 and 2. No, it's gone out my head now. You see, because you interrupted me, you bastard. Right now, what was I going to say? Hellboy 1 almost opens up like an Indiana Jones scene where they open up the Ark. You know, they're all standing around. It's all shot lovely. Do you know what I mean? Ah, yeah, that's right. It's almost in comparison with Pitch Black.
Oh yeah, Pitch Black. I don't mind Pitch Black.
If you see the first Pitch Black film and then you see the second Pitch Black film, they're worlds apart in regards to tone. The second one is all about there's all these golden cities and people are wearing white stuff and they're flying around in these ships. The first one was a desolate planet where you know there's this guy going around bloody killing them all on, you know, and you know he's his eyes are all like, you know.
That's right. Yeah,
it's like Alien and Aliens.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Alien is set very very cautiously, being picked off one at a time. Aliens is an all-out action fest. Pitch Black is set on a desolate planet where they crash and all that sort of stuff and got to survive. Second one is all out war type thing. Hellboy is the development of the start of Hellboy and all of this sort of stuff. The second one is an all out getting an army together. It's so much of a coincidence that the second film seems to have to go above and beyond what the first film was, which is my red light to say buy the first one and don't buy the second one. Right?
Yeah,
the first one in all of those films was so much better than the second one.
I'm sure it is, but I just feel I've gone down this path now where I just groan when I see it all now, which is sad. But I think I could come back to it. You know, I've just had enough of all this stuff. I just need a rest from it. So that is, but I like.
I will say this.
Really think Ron Perlman's a great actor.
I will say this in defense, right? Pitch Black is one of those ones that I get very, very fuzzy over. I think I really do like them all, right? Even though the second one is really a different in tone to the first one. When I went to the pictures to the third one, the only thing, right, and I think it's because I'm a cynical old bastard, right, that when I went to see it was he befriended this sort of like cat or something. It was a prehistoric animal cat thing, right?
Oh no, yeah,
right. That was supposed to kill him or eat him or something, and it didn't. It turned into a pet of his, right? And all I wanted him to do was kill the bloody thing, right? Because you knew it was Disney-fied, and that they were going to kill. It was going to be like a Bambi moment later on.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So all I'm saying is that I do like the Pitch Black films.
Yeah,
and I wasn't trying to lower the quality.
I didn't like the first one.
Yeah, I didn't want it to seem like I was saying it's an IP that you shouldn't go and see. I was making a comparison between how the first one is and how the tone of the second one is.
Yeah, yeah.
In the state of Pitch Black, I like them. In the state of Hellboy, I love the first one and didn't like the second one. I could not get into it. Even with David Hyde Pierce, who plays Niles in Frasier, he's the voice of one of the aliens. I still didn't like it.
Yeah, yeah.
The first one liked, second one not so much. It gets worse.
Yeah, there's another.
They made one about 10 years after that, and it was atrocious.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it just goes like that. So I didn't mean to poo on you.
No, it's all right. No, I just feel at the moment with me, it's just the way I'm feeling, and I just
when it comes to
interest, it'll come back.
I wish you'd say DC-ified rather than Marvel-fied.
Yeah, well, DC. I said both.
It's almost like Marvel is the poor
villain,
poor villain that they have to mention all the time.
I know you're a big fan of Marvel. Marvel's your lifeblood.
No. Marvel comics. Not film, Marvel comics.
Yeah, but these are influenced by obviously Marvel comics.
Yeah. But I was going to come to that a little bit later on.
You know a lot about.
I was going to come to that. I was going to come to that a little bit later on because Monday Chalanovich, right, did a fantastic video this week, where he was talking about how negative we all are. Right?
Yes, yeah.
I watched it and I was sort of like nodding my head an awful lot, but I was shaking my head about other things. He said that we've all become negative, and before a film comes out, it's shot down before it's even given a chance, which is true, right?
Yes,
which is true.
That's true, yeah.
But I will say this: it's the people that jump on the bandwagon that I've got a problem with, because what you have to understand is when a film like Kraven the Hunter is coming out, right? The fan people are the people that are turning around at the very beginning, quite rightly, and saying, I really want to like this film. I hope I do like this film. But the problem is, I don't understand why they're making this film. Right? And so, therefore, I know it's going to be a shitfest. right? And the reason they do that is because when you make a Marvel film, you change the storyline so much that it's not even recognizable as from its source. And a comic book fan all they want is what they read as a child in film format.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
you can't do that, you see. So because Sony will turn around and say, I'm sorry, but you can't have a man dressed who looks like Freddie Mercury dressed up in leopard skins running around the tops of bloody New York in the winter, because that's stupid, right? It's not going to work. So they have to leverify it all and all of this sort of stuff, and put them in more combat sort of like outfit. And then it just looks like Arnie jumping from rooftop to rooftop in leather armor, which isn't Craven the Hunter. Craven the Hunter is a totally different beast. So what you have to understand is a comic book fan is going to turn around and say, I have trepidation about this film. Now, what the negative people do is they jump on that bandwagon and shoot it down. And the trouble is there are more of those people than there are the fanboys. The fanboys will turn around and say, I'm a little bit scared about this film. Then suddenly these people that don't care less about Marvel or anything, they just want to be people that cause a stink, shoot it down before it's even coming in. And then everything is a shitfest because so many people are saying, yeah, I feel the same. It's going to be shit. It's going to be, why are they bother doing it? Blah, blah, blah. And then someone like Mondo will come along and go, I don't know anything about this. And already there's so much negativity.
Yeah.
Right. And unfortunately, that's how it is. It's the same with Alien. Romulus. Oh, I love Aliens, so this is going to be shit because I've seen the two films and they've been shit, so this one's got to be shit. Do you see what I mean? Before it's even out, it's shot down. And it's because fandom.
Yeah.
Fandom. Whichever way you look at it, fandom is a double-edged sword of good and bad.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there are a lot more non-fans that will just jump on the bandwagon and just suddenly rant. They'll rant and not give something a chance. Why don't you just wait until you see it?
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'm pretty sure the critics know about this. They hear the trepidation of a film that's coming out, and they come out then turn around and say, do you know what? You were right. It's a shit film.
Yeah.
Right? There is always good in films. It's like Mondo said, there are very few films that set out to be bad from the very start. There are films that are like that because they want to make tax write-offs, right?
Yeah.
There are films that they've made just to get the film out because they'll lose money if they don't, right? And those are the films where you turn around and go, hey, it's well documented that this has had studio interference. They don't care. It's supposed to be a tax write-off, right? But he's quite right. 98, probably even higher figure than that. Nobody sets out to make a bad film.
No.
But then there are script rewrites. There are studio interference. There is money being cut from what it was originally going to have as a budget. All sorts of stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, if you write a good story, that will shine through anything that you can possibly do. The problem is, it's most of the time it's the script that they interfere with that actually actually then makes it a terrible film.
Yeah,
he mentioned the film Borderlands, and it was amazing, really, because most people that I know when they talk about Borderlands say what a shit fest it is, right?
Yeah.
I will say it's a bad film, right? And it is.
But
I will say this. It's nowhere near as bad as some of the bloody critics that I was seeing out there. Oh, my God. Some of the critics that I saw that was out there, it almost made me felt like that they'd drank acid.
Yeah.
Right? They'd poured bleach down their throat, thinking it was 25-year-old malt whiskey. And then they came out having to go to hospital with stomach cramps because they couldn't believe what they'd seen or something, right? or they had to go to Specsavers because they just thought they'd had an acid trip or something that night, and they needed to know whether their eyesight was going to return or something, right? All these superfluous comments made of how bad it is.
Yeah.
I watched it and I went, do you know what? If I was on a Sunday afternoon and I had a pot of popcorn and a can of Coke to the right of me, and I was looking at this film, I'd turn around and say, do you know what? That was quite fun to watch.
Yeah.
Really. It's nowhere near, and this is what the thing. I think what happens is they announce how costly the film was before the film even comes out. You know, it's like, this film cost 200 billion or something to make, and we've got to make 400 billion before we're going to cut even. And then people go to the cinema and go, "That was 200 billion. Where was the movie?"
I can't see it.
And then all of a sudden, it's the Mount Everest high of shit that you could actually ever come across as a film, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody jumps on the bandwagon. Yes, we're a negative. We're a negative species. We'd rather talk about negatives than positives all the time. It's never about how good the job you did. It's more about thanks for getting it done.
Yeah.
Right? You hardly anybody praises you at work anymore. Oh, you know, is it praise and all of this sort of stuff. I tell you what, in the first year of me being two-pid across into my new job, I kept getting these vouchers for good work. Right? It kept saying, you've been notified that you did a good job in this, and we're giving you a £20 voucher, right? And I got 3 of them in 5 months. And I was speaking to the manager, and I said, why am I getting all these vouchers? And they said, because you've done a good job. I said, why can't you just give me a pat on the back? Why can't you mention in team meetings every morning, well done, Del, you did a great job, right? Because I'd rather have that than the 20 quid that you're giving me. This is like almost like we're recognizing you, but we're not going to tell anybody that you're doing any good. We're giving it you secretly behind anybody's back. You know what I mean? And I'm going, I'd rather have had somebody turn around and say you're doing a good job. And stuff the 20 quid. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is where I'm going. I don't understand it. I don't want money. I want to know that I've done a good job. I want, because if your manager doesn't say to you at some point you did a good job there, then you just think you did an okay job. If you get £20, it's almost like an underhand bung. Makes me feel a bit dirty. Nobody else knows about it. Can I say to my team friends, oh, I got 20 quid, for doing that job? I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like that. Oh, how come you got 20 quid and I didn't get 20 quid and I helped you with it? There'll be all that. Why can't you just basically...
Yeah, oh, yeah, I get you.
Why can't you just basically say, we all do a good job, and then basically if one does do a good job, then basically you mention it now and again, because that's the thing that perks me up. That's the thing that makes me want to progress by doing more good jobs, because I've been told I was given praise in a job that I did that I felt proud of myself. Otherwise you just feel like you went and you did a 9 to 5 and you come away knowing nothing. So anyway, that's my sort of like little rant over, I suppose. Yeah. I'm just agreeing with Mondo that although I didn't agree with everything he said, I did agree with the sentiment of it, and that we are a negative.
Yeah.
Definitely we're a negative. And it's even worse since COVID. It's almost like everybody is an armchair critic.
Yeah.
And basically have come out with a video just to jump on the bandwagon. And you'll hardly find anybody that will stick up for it and go, oh, well, I actually found it all right. Because if you did, you're going to get shot down. You that shit, thought it was good. Well, you must like shit films then. And it's almost like, oh, well, I can't open my gob. Now, I'll have to join on the bandwagon, right? Because otherwise I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb. I'm going to be
if there's one thing I always say to myself, and I think this is on my channel, it's part of its philosophy. If I don't like something, a film, I'm not going to review it. Why would I review a film that I don't like and waste my time? people say, but maybe you should give a more honest thing. If I'm going to give an honest thing about a review, I'll just do it as an entertainment on this lives. But what is the point of me reviewing a film that I do not like? It really is a waste of time, complete waste of time. So that you'll never get on my channel. I'm never going to review anything. I just want to end on a positive note before we get on with the things, because we should be positive. Is this film? I mentioned it on your blog, and I absolutely adored this film. This film is great. It's Noah. It's such a great film. Everybody's superb acting in this. The effects, and the effects don't feel bad in it. They feel good. The story is great. Everything about it is just good, and it's highly recommended. If you like these epic stories, I wish they'd made more epic films nowadays. Real good epic quality. Then this Noah. Russell Crowe is fantastic in it. I just love it. And he's a Leeds United supporter, so he has to be a good actor because he's a Leeds supporter. I just thought I'd put that in.
No, it's a good film. I tell you what, I at one point thought it was a Ridley Scott film when I first saw it.
Oh, that's
I thought it was shot really well. I also remember the one underlying thing that comes away with it. I don't know why, is that there was an awful lot of black sand or black shingle around.
Yeah.
It's like he's walking along and it's like,
I know that. Yeah.
Like, it's all black, like making it look really dark and dank and all this sort of stuff. But I think that's a choice, actually.
Yeah.
But I really liked the film, and it was a flop, if I remember rightly. I think it was a film that went over budget, and from that point of view,
did it? I didn't know.
And I think it's probably subject matter stopped people going to it. If I remember rightly, it was like over 300 million.
Was it? Oh,
to make that.
I don't care. I totally enjoyed it. I thought.
Nobody talks really too much about how much the Ten Commandments got, how much that cost in 1950.
All those. In fact,
it's just a great film.
Yeah, you don't have to be a religious person. I'm interested in religion anyhow, but there is some great religious films. I mean, I say Ten Commandments is a great film. There's a film called The Bible, which is absolutely superb, and it covers all those early Old Testament stories.
That's right. It's lots of little stories that go along in one long thing, isn't it? It's I remember that.
Yeah. And
I mean, we talk about The Robe more than we talk about that film, The Bible, actually more.
Yeah,
The Robe's a great film, but I remember watching that. It was really quite good.
Bible, I remember my mum and dad taking me to see it and loving it, and of course. Ben-Hur, we mustn't forget Ben-Hur is a very religious film. It's got the undertones all in there, and we even see Christ, don't we, in the film? What I mean, that elevates that film even more. What a great story, epic film.
I've told you a million times, haven't I, about Ben-Hur? The director of Charlton Heston's Ben-Hur is the same director that wrote the silent one in the 90s.
Yeah, wow.
It's the exact same director. Yeah. And of course, he also, I mean, it's the greatest story ever told is another one, isn't it?
That's it. That's another superb film. Brilliant.
You and I, we like history, even though.
Exactly. I love history.
As much as you could talk about the Bible as being Ahab's fables or whatever it is, whatever was it? I forgot what they call it. Aesop's fables. As much as you could say it's Hansel,
fables, yeah.
As much as you could say it's Hansel and Gretel and Jack and Jill, right? There's no way that any of these are actual real stories, right? Even I'm not cynical enough to say, "Oh, come on," you know what I mean? What did they write this down on then? When there was no paper invented, when where's this Adam and Eve come from and all of this sort of stuff. I'll just get my pad out and write this for prosperity, right? I mean, who was around to actually tell that tale? That a snake came down and all this and gave
all
them
these oral traditions, and also a lot were done by pictures. Where people spoke doing pictures, so everything combines together and creates great stories. And
but they are
stories.
They are like He-Man cartoons, right? At the end of He-Man, it was, what lesson have we learned today from this cartoon you've just watched, right? That's exactly what it is, because you mentioned it in the blog. You turned around and you said, this is a vengeful God. How can you love a God that wants to destroy absolutely everything? And from that point of view, that's exactly how you think of God when your loved one is taken away from you. It's like, why did you kill my mum? What's she ever done to you? All of this sort of stuff. You're a nasty God. You're a God that nobody could love. And that's exactly how you're thinking
and that's why you always think that the New Testament was put there to try and sort of ease and lessen the impact of the Old Testament, to say that, well, perhaps God isn't such a bad force or whatever, creator, and you get the Jesus character. But it's always, Jesus' character always seems to have a contradiction, that if he's God, why would he go through all that and know what's going to happen and kill himself? Why would he do all that? That's a philosophical debate there. I know Christians
wouldn't it be bad, right, that they when somebody brings out, we found the original Bible, right? We found the original Bible, and they find it and they translate it, and the front cover actually says Mrs. Brown Boys. It wasn't called the Bible at all, right? Mrs. Brown's Boys lost script. You are.
All I would say is that also, if you look at all these holy books, and there's some that I'm not going to go there because you daren't nowadays, otherwise you end up, there's a certain book that we won't talk about. But if you look at all those books, you find a lot of similarities and contradictions about religion, which are fantastic to look at. But you can't talk about them because you know what happens. That's all I'm going to say, because I don't want.
Well, do you know what I think? I think that's a really good place for me to just nudge you in the bloody ribs a little bit and say, do you know what? We've been talking for an hour and there must be some comment.
Right, let's get on with them. Thank you. Right. So the first one is from Sai. Hello, Sai. Hi, guys. I've just watched a great film called Anora. I've heard this mentioned a few times. It's my film of the year. Wow. I honestly think that it will be in contention for the Oscars next year. I've heard that mentioned a lot, and I definitely would put that as a film that I'd like to watch.
That's that stripper one, isn't it?
I don't know. I've just heard that mentioned a lot. I know Josh has mentioned it.
Yeah, that's it. It's the strip. It's the stripper one. It's the.
But I'd really like to see that. I'm definitely going to look out for that. So definitely. Anyhow, thank you, son.
Pete went and saw that and loved it as well.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. Steve's Gaming. Hello, you old buggers. Hello. Hope you're all well. We're all.
Hello, Steve. Hello, Steve. Yeah, Steve. So I've got a scratch. Look. Yeah.
And then we've got Bookman Movies. Good evening, chaps. Hello, Jamie. Welcome, lad. Welcome. And then we've got Bookman Movies says, got anything in the post today, Delboy?
No, I haven't. But then again, I came in, saw my mum, got her a tea and fell asleep. Maybe there is something. I don't know. I'll have to go and see my mum afterwards. I'm taking that's a precursor to something. If it is, thank you very, very much. It'll be only the second one I've ever had, I think. If somebody sent me something in the post, just letting you know. I don't get them every bloody week like you, shithead. right? Get stuff through the post every bleeding week. It'll only be my second one ever. Steve sent me my first one. So yeah, I'll say thank you now, but I haven't been told anything's been coming in the post, and I do apologize, but I've been away at work today.
You haven't looked at your post today.
It's my first day of traveling to my workplace to work after my heart attack. So when I got in, all I did was I said, "Mum, do you want a cuppa?" And I sat down in my room, and that's been pretty much it. So maybe there is something there, and I'll see it tomorrow, or when I finish on this stream, I'll see it. So I can't say anything other than thank you very much at the moment.
Yeah.
But it sounds very much like he sent me some. I'm saying he might, for all I know, he's saying he might have put shit in an envelope and put it through the post. I have no idea. Am I supposed to know? He might hate me so much that he's done that.
And then we've got Michael. Hello, Michael. Welcome. iGames. Seems like the next classic Doctor Who Blu-ray set, is season 7, as it's been leaked with an image floating around, which I've sent to you, Ian. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Yeah, I have seen it. I did give you a reply back. Yeah, I saw that as well. And I hope it is. I hope that is going to happen. John Pertwee, you can't beat
it's amazing, right?
Yeah.
We got that in our Discord this morning, and the first thing Denny said, does anybody know of any pre-order links yet? Right? It showed up in eBay as a picture of what the collection looks like.
Yeah.
Right? It must be a secret leak because there are no pre-order links.
Official announcement.
No. And HMV are usually the first. HMV usually say pre-order Doctor Who now, right? It's not on Amazon, it's not on HMV, it's not on Savvy. I haven't been to the BBC website because I never ordered my collection set from the BBC ever.
Yeah.
So I reckon it is one of those. It is definitely season 7. It definitely looks like this, but somebody's leaked it.
Yes.
And the trouble is now everybody wants to know where the pre-order link is. I haven't got a bloody clue. Yeah, it's coming out my arse tomorrow. There you are.
Yeah. It'd be interesting.
It will be nice because that'll be another John Pertwee one. The John Pertwee ones are very strong.
Oh, he's great. I think John Pertwee gets better the more you watch him. And I'd say that as somebody who watched him at the time.
Well, it's the story with Inferno. It's the story with it's the season with Inferno. So,
that's right. It's the first season. And
so as far as I'm concerned, you can't lose because you've got Spearhead from Space, which is in color and on film, and it ends with Inferno, which is a 7-part homage really to Star Trek's Mirror of Universe. I'm a stupid fanboy at heart. Anybody that goes, oh, the Doctor is in 2 guises, the Brigadier's in 2 guises.
Yeah, the Brigadier's fantastic.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he's got an eye patch on. You might as well have said he was Spock for a start. Jesus.
Yeah.
Lovely. I can't wait till it is season 7. And the thing about it though is Ambassadors of Death in black and white? If they found a new copy of it, that they colorized it better again, don't know.
Yeah,
because that's the one that holds it back. Is that story is in fact actually most if I remember rightly, the most of season 7 comes from Australia as restorations.
Yeah,
that's where they found them. I think
that's right,
and that meant that the color and the picture quality was really poor because they didn't use a PAL system. We've got more lines on our defined picture. So, of course, the quality was like American NTSC.
Yeah, and you can tell the difference on the DVDs, can't you, what they've released?
Oh, yeah.
So, hopefully, it'll be something to look forward to. I hope it is that one. And, of course, Caroline John only had 1 season. Which, it's a shame. We didn't really I don't think we got to know her enough. You know, we'd like to have seen more of her, but they said they wanted to change. Though we got Joe, so I like Joe, but yeah.
And that's really nice that Michael's looking out for you and telling you about Doctor Who. That's
brilliant. Oh yeah, he's a big Doctor Who fan. He is. Yeah. definitely. And it's good to see somebody. I think he's in his 20s. I don't know. He's about 26. I
That's
think.
right. You talked about him last week, and I turned around and said,
Fantastic.
"Oh, I
Yeah.
really,
And
I
you
really do."
go and subscribe to his channel, lad. And
Well,
anybody else, go and subscribe to Michael's channel. He's
yeah,
great.
no.
He's a great guy.
Because I remember I left last week, and of course then I went back to work and I forgot all about it. But I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down.
He's actually a very big Star Trek fan as well. Star Trek and Doctor Who. It's good to see.
It's the next generation. Isn't it the next generation? He's a fan of, or what is it?
So let's have a look. We've got Jamie now saying Honora is on my watch list. Yeah, I think we've all I think that is going to be all on our watch list. Steve Gaining, update. We got a new Blu-ray player, Panasonic this time.
Oh,
no TV yet. Hopefully later this week. Panasonic. I shouldn't say it, but you normally can't go wrong with Panasonic.
Panasonic players, I would say, are good.
Yeah. Mine is, and it's great. You can put anything in it, and it seems to play it. Seriously, I put that. Buck Rogers is American. It plays it beautifully. No problem.
In fact, my last 4 players have been Panasonic.
Yeah,
4 players have been Panasonic.
It's a great player. Yeah. Danny Dukes. Hello, Danny. How are you all? I'm good. And happy Christmas to you all, and happy Christmas to everybody else. Yes.
Thank you so much, Danny, and for all your support on my side as well. Yeah. He's been a kind supporter of my side. Lovely.
Yeah, and actually, just to everybody, we're not on next week on Christmas Day, but we'll be on New Year's Day, and it'll just carry on as normal throughout the year. Then. New Year's Day.
I've sent him the invoice for how much I'm going to be charging him for me to come on New Year's Day, and we're just waiting for the contracts to be signed.
But I don't think New Year's Day people celebrate it that much. It's just another day, really. So we're here. We'll be here, and hopefully, maybe looking forward to what's going to come for the year. Might talk about as well. Hopefully,
I could do a rant, but I won't. I'm leaving it for the Christmas.
Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah. Sai says my friend lived in Bob and Thelma's house. Wow, now that is something. During the 80s, the exteriors were partially shot in Killingworth, North Tyneside, where I grew up. Actually, that's amazing, isn't it? Bob and Thelma's house. Yeah, I can picture it now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What a series that was.
And like I said, I saw the Lightly Lads at like 1 o'clock in the morning on Monday.
Yeah.
It was the Christmas special where Terry had just passed his driving test and ended up being the taxi driver. And,
yes. Yeah, I remember that.
And Bob would go into a fancy dress.
Yeah.
All this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's a great episode.
Have you got it on DVD?
Yeah.
I've only got the first series on DVD. I must get.
You've got the black and white one or the color ones?
No, the return of the color ones.
Yeah, you got the return.
I the original.
It's a shame because I think a lot of the black and white ones are missing. You can buy the complete set, but it's not the complete set because they're missing.
It's a shame, isn't it?
It's a shame.
Yeah.
I think it's only about 2 or 3 episodes, though. I think it's not too shy. It's just like anything. It's a shame that it's not complete because the BBC scrubbed.
Yeah, which they did to so many of their classic programs. Yeah. And then we've got Charles Duncan. Hello, Charles. Del, do you not have a TV hard drive to store your programs to watch at a better time?
I've actually got a Synology NAT drive where I stream my digital stuff. If I want to watch something in Blu-ray quality or 4K quality, I put it onto a hard drive and stick it in the USB slot of the TV and watch it direct because streaming is compressed. Whichever way you look at it, when you stream it, it's compressed, so the picture degrades. So if I do want to watch something in its proper, oh my God, how sharp is that quality? then yes, I've got a hard drive that I put it on temporarily, and then watch it directly through USB. And that's really the only way to watch it if you're not going to watch it on physical media. There are times that I will watch things from in bed. That's when I stream. There are times where I want to watch it in its beautiful looking condition. That's when I watch it on my big TV and I put it in my 4K player and it goes through my surround sound amp and everything else. So yeah, there are two ways that I watch my stuff, and well, three ways, and streaming is the last one. Really. Yep.
Yeah, I watch quite a lot on just one of those sticks. Just put it on a stick.
Yeah,
put
the
it
same
in the
thing.
TV.
The same thing as
Easiest
what I'm saying.
way. Fantastic way of watching.
What you have to understand about that is that a Blu-ray disc is a 50 gig disc.
Yeah.
If you look at your SD cards, I don't know what SD cards that you stick into your telly, you wouldn't be able to fit many 50 gig discs onto a thumbstick. You can. I mean, I've got half gig, and I've got half terabyte SD cards, but I'm pretty sure, Ian, yours is a 16 gig stick. If it is, it's a cut down version. All the films I've been emailing to you have been cut down.
Yeah.
They look good, but they're compressed.
They do look good, and that's all I'm interested in is watching the film or whatever it is.
The reason for sending them to you is just so that if you like them, then you'll go out and buy the film.
Yeah, well, that's what I do tend to. Yeah, if I do like a film,
they're a taster.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll be getting Heretic soon as that comes out in January. I think it's coming out. I'll get that, no problem. It's a good way. In a way, that's what I use this for. As you say, you can watch a film and decide whether you want to buy it. And that's good. So we've got Sai saying, Mockmama is brilliant. I highly recommend it. The acting in it is awesome. The lead actress gives the performance of the year. Yeah, this is that film I mentioned before.
Well, that confirms what I was thinking of. Yeah. I don't think she's a prostitute. I think it's a stripper. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's about a stripper.
Yeah, that looks interesting. Anyhow, so we've got Book My Movies saying, yeah. And then Jamie says, I've heard good things about it. Yeah. Well. And then this is Tony. And he says, evening, Ian and Del and Jamie. Michael, you beat me to it. I've just been watching at the cover artwork. Looks great. Season 7 is my favourite. Inferno, top story for me. I know you're a massive John Pertwee fan. Yeah, you're going to love it. And we all are. Who don't like John Pertwee?
Oh,
fantastic. Yeah. And then Muckmama says, evening, Tony. I saw Gladiator 2 on Sunday. It was better than I was expecting, but it still pales in comparison to the original. You know, Delboy went to see it.
Isn't that exactly what I said?
Yeah.
I said it pales when you think about it, but at least it didn't stink.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's pretty much, And it's amazing that there's so many other people that are coming out and saying the sort of like the same thing. You got to look at these films and go, you're not gonna beat it. And it's why I turned around and said, was it worth making? I came away from the film going, do you know what? I'm glad they made it.
Yeah,
it's a good film. It's a shame it's got the Gladiator name.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. But you can be positive about it. We can get to what we was talking about before about positive.
Oh, there were so many. I looked on YouTube after I saw it at the cinema, because the thing about me is I don't want to look at YouTube about a film that I'm going to go and see, right? I want to see the film before I go and look at it on YouTube, right? So many negatives.
Yeah.
Too, right?
Yeah.
What this shit?
Yeah.
It's almost like they were there 24 years ago. I was there 24 years ago, right? And I know how good it was when I saw Gladiator. These people that were shouting up and down about how bad it was didn't look 24 years old.
No,
so they must have seen it on DVD or something 10 years after it was at the cinema. And they're turning around and saying what a piece of garbage it is. This is where I'm going. It's laughable sometimes about how YouTube goes. Glad you liked it, though, Muckman, and that's all I'm saying.
I think as well, a lot of them just do it for effect, for views.
For views.
Just want views. They want people to say, oh, yeah, let's go and have a look at that. Good rant against something.
Oi. Yeah. Rant, that's my copyright.
Yeah, you got copyright on that. Steve's Game says, Del, question for you now. If someone wanted to buy you a Blu-ray for Christmas and something you don't already have, what should they buy you? It's a good question, isn't it?
No, it's not a good question, because what he wants to know is mention it and then he'll send it in the post to me. I'm bollocks to you. You can get away with that. And I wouldn't be able to answer that because I'd have to look at my bloody list of films to find out what one I haven't got.
And don't forget, he orders loads of buggers.
I order them every bloody week. Yeah. I could tell you what I haven't got. Hey, I'll do something really nasty now. Yeah. I haven't got Cheers seasons 1 to 11 on Blu-ray. No, I haven't got that.
I like that.
I think you can get that for about 120 quid.
Yeah,
if you want.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. That one. How's that, you bastard? Don't try and circumvent that. I tell you, every present I've done, I've thought about it and sent it in the hope that they haven't got it. I haven't asked and then sent it. You might as well have just ordered it from the K's catalogue. Right? Myself. Right? So don't. No, yours. I saw that coming a million miles. Right.
Yeah.
I love you, Steve, you bastard.
And then we've got Jamie Muckman with Delboy. If you like Seventh Samurai, then you need to pick up the BFI pre-order of Jimbo and Sanjuro. Both films are brilliant. A Fistful of Dollars is a remake of Yojimbo.
Hey, look, Yojimbo and Sanjuro film. Written down.
There you are.
Written down.
Bookman says, Delboy, you'll be pleased to hear that I watched Nighthawks this week. Really enjoyed it. Rutger makes for a great baddie. Story wasn't wholly original, but still enjoyed it. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Glad you enjoyed it.
To me, it was a surprise because I hadn't seen Sylvester Stallone sort of like play in a sort of like a more sophisticated thriller. Do you know what I mean? When I mean sophisticated, he had been in films. Didn't he actually, before the Rocky films, play a person who was part of the union or something? And he was a union man, and he played some famous union person who got shot or something. Oh. The mob killed him or something. He did play those types of roles, but Nighthawks is like I thought it was like a sophisticated film compared to Rocky. You know what I mean? Rocky is like, I love Rocky, right? Don't get me wrong. I know you hate you dislike it, right? Because you don't like boxing films. That's understandable.
Yeah.
Right? But from my point of view, Rocky is absolutely fantastic, quintessential, deserving of an Oscar, all of that sort of stuff, right? But it is a simple story of a bloke on the streets, no money, given a golden shot, takes the golden shot, goes for it. Nighthawks is a bombing terrorist, and two cops trying to go after it. But Rutger Hauer is so slick, it comes across as a very slick sort of like you know, you know, you wouldn't expect him to be a, you know, that type of role is what I'm trying to say, you know.
Yeah.
And I it really threw me. I went, oh my God, that's Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
You know, it was like that really with me.
Mm.
So, you know, when you consider that there's Damnation Alley, you know, or, you know, sorry, you know, Death Race, should I say? And then there's
Death Race, yeah.
Death Race, right? And then there's Rocky. It's night and day, you know.
Yeah.
You know, the characters that he plays in those two films. I mean, you got to turn around and say, "Oh yeah, Rocky, he acted his socks off compared to Death Race." Right? Death Race is, you know, as much as I like Death Race, and I have to say this as well, right? Death Race makes me chuckle.
Yeah. I think
That's
it does
the
a lot
trouble.
of people.
Makes me chuckle, that film.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to make me chuckle, but it
Yeah.
makes me chuckle. So all I'm saying is there's a quality difference between the two films, and you can see it. And that's what I was saying about there's a difference in the quality of the character that he was playing between Rocky and Nighthawks. I didn't expect Sylvester Stallone to be that character. That's what I was trying to say. And I loved it. I thought it was great. That's all I can say. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was nervous. He's going to turn around and say, thanks, Delboy. I've just come back. What a pile of pants, you shit. I've got your name. I know where you live. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. I spent all that money on this film. I thought that was going to happen. I had a rant there. You're supposed to smile.
Yeah,
right?
no, I thought I was wondering whether it had finished. Actually, it's a good opportunity just to say to anybody who's not subscribed to Delboy, please subscribe to him. I've put his link in the description. Just go over there.
Stop there just a moment. You know what? Just going to
stop
you.
But he does much more than his blog. He always does
hang on.
reviews, games, and everything. But I put that in, and I thought, you know, if you haven't, please go and subscribe. And then I'll shut up now.
No, but you got to say it all again, because I was going to say, right, and it would have been funny if you'd have shut up when I said. I thought he was going to say, and now I get to this point where I talk about Delboy. If you haven't subscribed, I thought you were going to turn around and say, don't. He's a bastard.
No, I'm
big bastard.
I'm not so cruel, am I? In my humour.
That would have been so funny if you'd have been out, because you wouldn't have done that, right? And it'd have looked so good for you doing that. You know, you'd have turned around and said, "Oh,
I won't bother."
If you haven't subscribed, to Delboy, then now's your chance to not do it either, because he's shit." You know, something like that.
Yeah, well, there you are. You can see what you get. Anyhow, there you are. It's there in the description. If you want to bother going over there,
if you want to bother,
if you have, you can see why, you know. But there you are. I thought I'd just remind you, everybody.
You wait to my blog. I'm going to turn around and say, do you know what? I just want to say this about Ian, right? If you can be asked to go over there, you might have a good time. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. He's a fish finger eating Santa Claus wannabe bastard. And he's from Leeds.
Yeah,
there you are. If you really want to go over there, go over there.
Yeah.
Instead of that, I get this shit. Come on.
Anyhow, we've got Ross saying, Merry Christmas, both of you. Hello, welcome, Ross. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you for joining us. And Tony says, talking of BFI, watched a release of theirs last night. French, not Japanese. L'Agent, 1983. Directed by Robert Bresson. All about our counterfeit banknote leads to tragedy. Oh, well, French films.
That French was awful. That was bloody awful.
Well, at least I attempted something.
You might as well have said.
Wouldn't it better? I suppose you wanted me to say, hey, it's called Largent, 1983. Perhaps you'd have preferred me to do that more Yorkshire.
I want to see you say Bayek in French.
Yeah, I thought L'Agent was much more appropriate.
See, in my head, every time
here we go.
every
Don't go there. People don't go in their head. But go on.
every time I think of where you live, I think of matchstock men and matchstock cats and dogs.
Oh, boy.
That's what I think about when I think about where you live.
What can you say?
Right? It's the Hovis advert over and over again in my head.
Oh, dear me.
I mean, when are you going to tarmac them cobbled streets? That's what I want to know.
Oh dear.
Tarmac's only been around about 100 years.
Yeah, do you know, my mum, I remember as a kid, my mum used to say, "Oh, that tarmac smells good. Come on, go and smell tarmac." We used to be walking to school or something. There'd be these workmen. And we have to go and smell the tarmac. She go, "Oh, it's good for you. Get that down, yeah." And I mean,
that explains an awful lot. She probably was sniffing tarmac while she was pregnant. Pregnant with you, and you've got brain defects because of too much tarmac sniffing.
The thing was, I thought it was horrible. I don't like it. Oh, do you good? No, thanks.
Yeah.
And
I've got a Blu-ray. I've got a Blu-ray film, right, for you, Steve. I would love it if you could find me a Blu-ray copy of the film The Edge, please, with Anthony Hopkins. Thank you very
much. Jamie says, "Get it right, Ian. It's Southern Jesse." Oh, a Southern Jesse. And he goes, "Yeah, Softy and Jesse." I like that. I like the Jesse, but yeah.
I just think you're all bastards. I come here just for the love, I tell you. Come here for the love. I can feel the love in the room for me.
Yeah. Tony says, "It's your continued warm wishes that make me return every week, Del." Yes, I know.
I know. He wrote that at the time where I said, "Everybody in the room, I love you all except that Tony York."
Yeah, I know. I love. He's laughing there. And then Sai says, "Hugh Grant is so good in Heretic. He deserves at least an Oscar nomination." Totally agree. Fantastic. What a performance.
He'd probably get one. You don't know. You don't know where the Oscars is what? Is it February? February, the Oscars?
Yeah, he ought to do it. It'd be great to see a horror film just get an award.
It's on early enough, isn't it? I mean, I because the Oscars... It's funny that the Oscars have always been in disarray when someone dies about 2 weeks before the Oscar ceremony and then don't honor the actor that actually died.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think that happened when David Bowie died. I think he died just before the Oscars, and they didn't acknowledge him. And
he did die in January
in memorandum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Hugh Grant's Heretic has been out about 3 or 4 weeks. The Oscars are February. The figures will be in over Christmas. I'm pretty sure that'll probably be in the Oscar nomination.
It should do. Yeah, I think it totally agree. Definitely should get a nomination. Yeah. Fantastic performance. It's the best I've seen from him. Definitely. Jamie says, "You need to see Cloud Atlas, Hugh Grant's first film, as a baddie. He's incredible in it." Oh, well, that's good. I've not seen Cloud Atlas.
I thought Hugh Grant's first film as a baddie was 4 Weddings and a Funeral. He's a bastard in that.
Well, I've never seen the film.
No, I'm only joking. That's the role he's played over and over again.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of put you off him. So, I
think somebody said to me, one of his earliest roles is went up the mountain and came down the... I forgot what it's called.
Oh.
One of those classic books that was done. Went up the hill, came down a mountain or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think I remember seeing that, and apparently he was not a nice character in that.
Oh, well,
but yes, Cloud Atlas, I have seen that film. Haven't seen it for a while. He is a baddie in that.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Here you are. I'm waiting on Dell's rant. We haven't had the rant yet. It hasn't
We've
quite
had 10
happened.
rats already. What the bloody hell?
Not the full blown one. We haven't had the
we haven't had a
full-blown
full
one.
blown rat yet. No.
Yeah, we had it against poor Tony, but we always get poor Tony always gets one every week against Delboy now.
I really like Tony. It's just he's a complete bastard. That's all the trouble is I've got with Tony. He's, how he was born, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure they tried to push him back in when he was trying to be born.
Oh dear.
But there you are.
Oh dear. And then I enjoyed it, Jamie. He has an unusual directing style. His actors seem almost amateurs.
Was he talking about me? I'm so glad you think I've got a directing style, Tony. Thank you very much. Oh, you were talking about something else. Oh, all right.
Yeah, that other film that they were talking about. Yeah. I've forgotten its name. I can't even remember the names of the films.
It was that. I can't remember. You said it was in French, wasn't it?
I've forgotten it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was 5 minutes ago.
Voyeuristic in style, Tony. Oh, right. Oh. Great film, Ross says. See, they know all about this. I guess you could say so. It's the only film of his I've seen. Oh, right. And Andy makes Star Wars. Hello, Andy. Happy Wednesday, lads. Are you looking forward to the Superman teaser trailer tomorrow? Oh, I'm really excited, more than I anticipated. I'm only hoping it's not another Superman Returns. Didn't like that. There's only one Superman, Christopher Reeves. Yeah. Oh,
I'm going to be a bit of a downer on this one and say I've actually never really looked forward to a trailer ever since for many, many, many years. I think trailers are terrible these days. They don't do good trailers like they used to. They tell too much of the story already, and then basically you go there and go, well, I saw all the good bits in the trailer. I don't know what the bloody hell I'm going watching the film. That being said, Andy, because you said about it, I will make a concerted effort to see the trailer tomorrow in your honor of your name.
Yeah.
Because I do like Superman. To me, there is only one Superman, like Ian has said. Christopher Reeve was my Superman, absolutely brilliant. Even though the TV of the 50s and 60s of Superman was great, but Christopher Reeve just took it up a notch. I mean, then again, saying that, Richard Donner, I tell you what, he was on fire in the 70s, wasn't he, really?
Yeah.
I mean, he really was on fire with his films. I mean, Christ. Not many people talk about Richard Donner films. Scrooged is a Richard Donner film, and I watch that every Christmas.
That is. Yeah.
And I watch that every Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Christmas till I've seen Scrooged. In fact, if I haven't seen Scrooged, it's not Christmas yet, I used to say, for quite a few years. So, yeah, Richard Donner, can't go wrong. Superman, I'm definitely going to watch that now that you've mentioned it. If you do like Superman, go and see that Christopher Reeve documentary.
Yeah.
So good. That's my documentary of the year.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of documentaries because I watch Sky Arts and they put all these documentaries on. That's my documentary of the year, that Christopher Reeve one. My God, it was nearly made me cry. Yeah.
So we've got.
You can wake up now. Yeah.
Jamie say, I'll put La Jante on my watch list, Tony. Worth a purchase. Or just when it becomes available on streaming. There. Yeah. What can you say?
La Jante.
Steve's Gaming.
You big Jesse.
Cool. Colonel Wilma Deering is so hot. Yeah. I think you're right there.
He told me his wife. He told me his wife looks like Colonel Wilma Deering. The
Oh
bastard.
wow! Yeah, that would be rather good. Uh,
He's a lying bastard. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Jamie says, I've seen Robert Bresson's A Man Escapes, which was a very good prison film. Oh, good.
I like a good prison film.
Yeah,
I do.
Tony York says, I got it for $7.99 Amazon. Think they must have a BFI sale. There's several titles on that price. I got 400 blows at the same time, but not watched it yet. Yeah, I've seen that mentioned a lot. I don't make any jokes.
I misread that then. I thought he got 400 blows because he'd bought the film. You know, like you tried to nick that film, you bastard, and they gave him 400 blows because he was trying to leave the shop without paying $7.99 for it.
I knew this. Oh dear!
I wasn't going to go down the dirty route, you miserable.
No, it didn't. Fortunately,
you liar! You liar! You liar! That's where you said I don't want you to go down that route. You already thought that, and I was thinking of blows, as in someone being hit.
Yes, of course. Well, what else is there?
Yeah, you know, because you said it. You were the one who already thought it in your little head. Yeah. There's other people thinking it was talking about hairdressing and blow dries, and you were going down south with your bloody mind.
Oh dear. Tony says, "I look out for A Man Escapes." Yeah,
everybody's looking out for A Man Who Escapes.
You
have to say that one, don't you? Look out for
Stephen. Merry Christmas, Ian and Del. Thanks for all the great streams in 2024. Even when you weren't in the best of health, you always entertained us. My question is, have you put up your decorations yet? Well, there's a good question.
It's better than what tin of soup did you have today? I'll have to say that. You know, did you have oxtail or tomato? Ooh, let me have a think.
I'll have both, actually. Yeah, I like both.
You greedy bastard!
Yeah,
you'd have them in the same bowl. You disgusting.
No, I'll have one for me lunch and one for me tea.
You'd have mixed them up together and had it in the same bowl, wouldn't you?
No.
Yeah, you bloody well would.
We're not heathens.
Anyway, have you put your Christmas decorations up? Because it doesn't look like it from that.
No, because I was going to put the tree up, and it's broken.
I got around to putting the tree up yet. You miserable bastard.
It's broken. The tree is broken. We've had it, and I can't. I'm not going to get another tree. All I've got is Christmas cards. That's it. That's the decorations. Yeah, it's a damp squib. But there are other reasons as well, personal reasons, but I won't go into them. But yeah, I haven't really got into Christmas. Yeah.
And my answer, Stephen, is none of your bloody business. What's it got to do with you, you miserable git, you bastard? What are you asking me that sort of question for? No. My answer to that is we've got the tree up, got the baubles, got the Christmas decoration, you know, the lights and everything on. The trouble is that's about it. We haven't put any of the garlands around the outside of this, you know, like the window, you know, like the sills and all of that sort of stuff, you know, and we've got all that for me to do. And the reason it hasn't been done is that I've just been a little bit tired at the end of the after doing some work, you know, because the tablets that I'm on are quite strong. That I've got to make a more concerted effort tomorrow and Friday to get that done. Otherwise, it'll be the new year. I'll be taking them down at the same time as me putting them up. If I don't get a move on. So we've got part of the decorations up, and my mum does feel it's a little bit more Christmassy. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, you can wake up now. Yeah.
Christmas might come back, but not this year. Still, I think it's still just feels a bit too early. Yeah, but we'll see. It might come back. Yeah, that's just a personal thing, really. But things can change. You know, it's how you feel.
Yeah, I feel the same.
I don't want to disrespect or anything.
which
Yeah.
segues me to the next thing, which is
Yeah.
I am doing my ho ho ho, who'd be a turkey at Christmas live extravaganza on Monday. And I've just asked Ian, and he's coming on it as well. It's
Yeah,
me.
well,
It is me, Denny, and Ian talking how bad Christmas is now compared to how it was in the old days. We did last year. We did this last year. It was the Bar Humbug Christmas extravaganza, and we're doing it again on Monday.
Full rant.
Full rant mode.
Yeah.
You know, I've even gone so far to. I was telling Ian this. I've even gone so far as to find my old copy of the Radio Times from last year, and I've bought this year's Radio Time, and page for page, it's the same. The Times and the TV programs being shown at exactly the same time as it was last year. They put the same tape in, you miserable bastard, and they're charging you for a TV license.
Here's the rant. It's here. Go on, get it going. Full rant. Full rant.
Go to sleep. Wake up after Boxing Day. I tell you, you'll thank me for it. I would rather stick myself in a sound booth with Christmas tunes playing for 30 days than watch that crap. And I've that last Christmas, and do they know it's Christmas time at all in a sound booth played over and over again?
No, I don't know.
For 60 days than watch what's that,
Oh,
that
you
shit
sick
that's going to be on.
You sick person, letting everybody listen to them as well.
Anyway, that is just a snippet of what sort of rant we're having on Monday.
Oh dear.
Ian's going to be there for the first time.
Yeah, I can give you a good rant. Unfortunately, it's probably I'll end up being Doctor Who. I've been ranting about Doctor Who still. Yeah, what they've done and ruined. Yeah. Anyhow, I won't go there. But yes, let's see. Sai says Manimal is a classic. There you are, just like Condor Man.
Oh, look, you see, he knows me too well, Si. Look, he knows I don't like Condor Man. It was my biggest disappointment as a kid was Condor Man. That piece of shit. Jesus Christ.
Oh, look at this. Tony says, just bought Manimal on 4K collector's edition.
you sad, sick bastard. You sick individual. You know, the psychotic sort of like asylums for people like you. I'll tell you what, if somebody bought me a 4K of Animal, I'd stick it up their ass. I'd say, bend over now.
Yeah. No.
Expect the unexpected.
We've got him going again. Oh yeah. Now this is always Gillian Anderson helped. Oh, Gillian Anderson. Whoa, fantastic. Oh, I could talk about who doesn't like Gillian Anderson. Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, now that's more like it.
I like her now because she's always on a dream's bed and I'll help her on one. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, what the good thing about Gillian Anderson is you can say is that she's shown herself to be a really good actress. Really good. Duchovny, I don't think has shown that, has he? Really? But Gillian Anderson is fantastic actress, and she's fantastic. She makes the act trials.
This is the thing about those 90s shows and stuff is when that show was on and they said it's got to end at some point, and they look at who's going to succeed when this show is cancelled. Everybody was going, Duchovny is going to excel, and Gillian Anderson is just not going to be anywhere, you know. And it's always because our person is British, right, and this is America. So when it comes to the what shows are going to exceed and who's going to actually win, he went on to do Californication, and I think that was it. I don't think anybody can name a show that he's been as good at that, right? Gillian Anderson, how many things has she been in that's gone up into the stratosphere? It's like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. Say no more.
And again,
You can
everybody,
always tell.
everybody wanted to see
I'm
her.
reviewing the X-Files. As I say, I go through it every week, and she developed so well throughout her acting in the X-Files. If she wasn't in the X-Files just wouldn't have been the same. In fact, I say this, she actually elevates the comedy.
The acting, I wanted to know whether she had a lacy bra on each week or not. That's all I wanted to know. There wasn't this acting crap. I wanted to know whether she was wearing a matching set or not. And if I didn't find out and I was disappointed, I watched it next week in case I found out that week.
Oh dear.
Well, I was a right perv back then. So.
What can you say? Anyhow, I'm a fan of Gillian Anderson, definitely.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Who wouldn't be?
Dirty old man.
No, I love Hellboy too. Sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry. But
I like Hellboy 1 over Hellboy 2 every time.
Yeah.
Every
time. I'm just done with Marvel stuff. Influenced.
It's not Marvel.
No, I was just going to say. I said influenced. No, what I said.
It's not even influenced.
Yeah. Well, to me, it is. It's a.
You mean you are? Why don't you just? Yeah, but why don't? Why don't you say you're fed up with superhero style films? Why have you got to say Marvel all the time?
Well, I have to blame Marvel because they've flooded the market with all this rubbish.
So did DC.
And therefore,
not yours.
I have to blame them because they're responsible. You know.
No, they're not.
Yes, okay. DC, yes, we can say they're just as bad. But Marvel are the ones that think they're the best. They think they're the great ones. They're the ones that are leading the way and everything. And they're bloody well now.
Just say superhero.
Just if you're a Marvel fan, I'm going to have my rant. Aren't people just fed up of Marvel, thinking they're the greatest and the best? And they're rubbish now with all these films.
Listen, boys and girls, you want to watch a 38th Delboy and bloody...
who really wants to sit and watch
it better shut up now.
Cocky. And so, it's just... We'll release anything because everybody loves Marvel. Well, mates, not everybody loves Marvel. That's my rant. Thank you.
I told you, if you continue, you will not see the 38th edition of Delboy and Ian. I'll tell you now.
God, if we were let loose on Monday, we'll be whole thing will be full of rants.
Christ.
Jamie says Hellboy is much more quirkier than Marvel or DC.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think if I remember rightly, it's Dark Horse that did Hellboy.
Tony says, I've seen Hellboy 1 and 2 on TV. I much preferred 1. I like the World War II
connection.
Yeah, it probably, from what you've described, I think I would.
And the opening sequence, I'll tell you now, is reminiscent to the opening sequence of the closing sequence of Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Well, that's a big compliment. That's a big compliment, that. Hellboy 2 is better than Hellboy 1. So we have got a big fan
I'll tell you what, and there's a Marvel reference to this. Yeah, if you live in a multiverse, it is. Yeah,
and then,
the only way that statement makes true.
He's saying, "Let's vote." Oh dear.
Yeah, let's be here 6 years, shall we? Yeah, this episode is coming to you up until 3 a.m. Say, fucking hell! Another heart attack in a minute.
Oh dear! Jamie says, "I love Luke Gross as the baddie in Hellboy 2. The ending of Hellboy 1 makes no sense with some bad editing choices." Well, he didn't really like Hellboy 1, does he?
I'll tell you what, he's got a point, but Hellboy 2 is just so inconsistent all the way through. Inconsistency is the bad bad thing to say about Hellboy 2, really. It's inconsistent, and it had more money thrown at it. It had to be bigger and better than the first one. The first one did so well, they had to make a second. This is the thing. And then with the second one, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at it. That's the reason why I think Hellboy 2 fails, because they didn't have to do that.
Well, why do you think they've done a third one then?
Oh, it was 10 years later.
10 years, even if it is 10 years later.
It's because Del Toro always loved the character and said he'd come back to it, and then all the fans kept turning around and saying, "Why haven't you done it yet? You know, when are you going to do it?" And he always kept turning around and saying because he couldn't get the leading character there and us to sit down and get a good plot together and all of this sort of stuff. And when it did come out, it was a mess.
Yeah,
Piece of shit. Everybody was saying that it wasn't a great film. I turned around and said, no, it's not a great film. But it's not a disaster again. It's one of those ones where, you know, we were talking earlier where we're saying there's so much of this negativity going around. It's a bad film. There's no doubt about it. The film that was made about 4 or 5 years ago, the Hellboy film, then I bought it on Steelbook and everything, right? It's not a great film. But I can watch. I'd watch it again.
I've got a question. Is it better than Aquaman?
Yeah.
Ah, there you are. Interesting.
And the thing, I think Muckman's just turned around and said Del Toro didn't direct Hellboy 3. No, I don't think he did. I think he was executive producer. But what I was trying to get at was Del Toro kept teasing that he was going to do a third film. That's what I was trying to get.
Right. Yeah.
And years and years and years they kept hounding him, and you know, the character that plays the actor who plays Hellboy,
Ron Perlman, he didn't want to come back.
Right? Yeah. They kept hounding him. When are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? To the point where they made it, I think, because so many people were saying, "Where is it?"
Yeah.
But that's not a reason to make a third film.
Yeah.
That's what you have to learn from this.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost to the point where there's so many colors on screen, it almost shears your eyes. That film. Oh my God.
And Jamie says, I like them both though. Well, that's good if you enjoy them.
I'm really glad that there's a person out there that says, you know, Hellboy 2, I like it over Hellboy 1. Yeah. Especially, you know, a person like Muckman Movies. I mean, it's nice. I could turn around and say how wrong he really is. Just bear with me a moment. I've just got my mum coming.
Okay, I'll carry on then. Let's have a look. Tony says, to be fair, it's a year since I saw either, but I clearly remember the opening of one with the Nazis and the US soldiers. It seems to be getting more memorable. The first one.
I'll be back in a moment, Ian. All right, I'm just
okay. That's fine. I'll carry on. Yeah. Muckman Movie says, I love all the pitch black films. In fact, I think Chronicles of Riddick is usually hugely underrated. The bit where they run across the planet to evade the sunrise is brilliant. Yeah, I love that. The first one, that's the only one I've seen. I really should see the others. Absolutely thought brilliant film. Loved it.
You're all wrong.
Oh, he's all wrong. We're all wrong, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, so that's my opinion on that. Apparently I'm wrong. We're all wrong. But yeah, I enjoyed that.
I'm joking, you miserable bastard.
And I presume the quality is not as good on the second and third ones. That seems to be the opinion, the consensus. I'm sure Delboy would inform us more, but yeah, he's off now. So here we are. This comes up every year. This comes up, and I will ask it. Where do you stand on the debate whether Die Hard is considered a Christmas movie or not? I wouldn't. It takes place at Christmas. Yes, ticks that box. So you could say yes, it's a Christmas movie. And maybe in spirit, even though it's an action film, you might say it could be considered Christmas, but maybe not. It's not one. I love the film, but it's not one that I go to at Christmas. So um, I might watch it around Christmas, but on Christmas Day, it's not one that I would watch on Christmas Day. But I might watch it before Christmas. In fact, I possibly will. Though it's the only one I've got in my collection, and I should maybe get some of the others because not everybody's as negative on all those Die Hard films. So maybe I should get them at some time. But if I'm to put it in just my personal debate, it's not one that I particularly would watch on Christmas Day. Though if I was having a massive film session, it might jump in, but I'll watch it before, or maybe on Boxing Day. I'd watch it. Yeah, definitely, because I'm probably so busy watching all my other films that I haven't got room to put Die Hard on. Really, it doesn't jump to the top of my list of films to watch on Christmas Day. I have my certain set films, and it hasn't made the cut for that. But I think it is a great film. Absolutely love it. But it's not one I would say, oh yeah, that's a Christmas film. No, I don't. I think in my debate, I don't count it as a Christmas film, even though it is set at Christmas. It ticks the boxes in that sense. But just because I personally wouldn't count it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a Christmas film. It's just my personal preferences. I can see people putting the anime. I'm going on, I'm wittering on, and rambling on. It's almost like I'm trying to avoid the question, but I'm not really avoiding question. I'm trying to see both sides of the argument about it, but it's not my go-to.
Well, I was listening
Yeah.
in. I was listening in, and
Yeah.
I can't wait to be invited round to Ian's house on Christmas Day and watch Chitty Chitty fucking Bang Bang for about a millionth time,
Yeah.
right? And all the lovely heartfelt films like Soylent Green, The Day the Earth
The
Stood
original
Still,
one.
Oh Dear, We're All Going to Die, and that classic classic film. Oh dear, my hand's just fallen off. Where's the Christmas spirit, you old fart?
No, Home Alone, I love
what's
Home
all this
Alone.
crap that you're wittering on about?
And Santa Claus the movie. I love that. Not everybody's favorite.
Yeah, there's some sad loser act to watch that.
But yeah, Die Hard is not a go-to Christmas film, I don't think. But again, I can see it, as I say. Anyhow, what's your opinion? I've rambled on far too much.
I think actually it's a blog question. Actually, I'm not sure. I might be thinking last year that somebody asked me the same thing. I think you answered it actually really quite well. It's a Christmas film because it's set Christmas Eve. There's snow in it. You know what I mean? In fact, Die Hard 2 is set in an airport and it's snowing. You know, I mean, it's a lead-up film, and it's not a film you put on Christmas Day, is it? I'd watch that I'd watch that. Not Christmas Eve. I'd watch it the day before Christmas Eve, and any time before then, I'd watch it Boxing Day as a big blockbuster film that you watch after Christmas and all of that sort of stuff. It's got to be better than flipping ask the midwife and all that fucking shit that you got to watch this Christmas, isn't it? I mean, if somebody turned around and said, "I'm going to lock you in the room and you've got Call the Midwife to watch or Die Hard," it'd be, "Put Die Hard on, you bastards! What are you on about? I don't want to watch that shit. Who wants to watch babies being born frigging with midwives all standing around with a shit?" So, you know, I must admit, I'm a sucker for It's a Wonderful Life, Scrooge, Christmas Vacation.
Subject slightly, but
Home Alone is more a Christmas. I mean, Home Alone is a Christmas film, really.
Yeah. I feel that is more of a Christmas film, definitely. Did you? I don't know whether it's just one of those rumors, but I saw it come up on my feed a couple of times that Amazon with somebody else is planning a remake of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
No, wrong thing to do.
I hope and pray that is not the case. I really hope that is not the case, but it was there. They used that terrible word. You know what the terrible word is? Or you could say it's two words. Reimagined. I didn't like the sound of that at all. I hate that sound. I hate that words. I hope it's sacrilege. You cannot remake. Actually, I should be saving this rant for your Monday show.
Yeah, bloody save it up.
Yeah,
you should be writing this down as a category for Monday.
Yeah, I don't know whether anybody else has seen that. Have you seen that? Did you see it come up on any of your feeds? It came up on my thing.
What's that? Oh, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Remade. I heard a rumor. That's all. I haven't seen it come up on my feed. It was a rumor on mine.
Yeah.
The thing about it is it came out at a time where it's almost like a light shone down and said, "This is the time to make this film." And I don't see that in regards to this one. It's a cash grab. It's you know, I mean, I'd rather watch the theatrical production that was done with a video camera than somebody try and remake that film. You haven't. It's the songs were great. They're going to read the songs. It's going to be like Wonka. Wonka wasn't terrible. No. It wasn't terrible by any shape or means. In fact, I quite like Wonka, but it's not Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's not, you know, it's not the Wonka that I know, and it never will be. But I'm past the point where it's aimed at me. That's the thing. I've got to remember, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is a children's film that adults love, right? And we've grown up. The thing is, there is a new audience now, and they want their own, you know, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. But my answer to that is, have your own Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Just don't call it Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, right?
Yeah.
Have a film that you call your own, that you grew up and you say, that was my children's film, right? Why do you have to actually go back to the well and try and redo something? That's why I just don't get it sometimes.
Why is it, though, when you see that it's, Amazon, Netflix, or Disney, that you immediately kind of know, even before they've even said anything, what the type of film that they're aiming to do, this reimagined word that they use. You just know that it's something not going to be right about it, you know, straight away.
Steve and I will tell you that it's a bad word to use even in the computer industry. They turn around and say, we've reimagined this game and it's being brought out for a model, and you just turn it around and going, you know, it's just bad.
Yeah,
it's just bad. But I tell you what, that Netflix and all of that, I swear they'll turn around and say, well, we held a survey and we got all these votes in, and they all said that they'd love to have a reversion of this. I turn around and say, yeah, but you're not supposed to go around the mental institutes and ask this survey. You're supposed to actually ask the general public.
Yeah,
right? And they'll all tell you, no, don't touch it.
No, because most people say, have Netflix ever done a good original film? Nobody says anything good about them. Nobody. Oh, but that is really, I find it very sad news that I saw that. I just thought, how could you do that? Hopefully,
well, it will be for you. It's your favourite film.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. It is probably the favorite film of mine, and it is sad news.
That would have filled you with dread, along with the one we're remaking 2001. No!
Oh well, yeah.
No, what are you doing? No, you're trying to kill me off. You're trying to give me a heart attack. You know I'm old.
Oh yeah. Oh dear, no. Oh. Oh, and they're doing a version of Leonard Rossiter. They're bringing him back in the film.
Yeah, they've got him as AI. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I mean. That would be the dread.
I mean, honestly, there's so many rumors, though, isn't there? There's a Running Man film that they're going to read.
I hope it is just rumors. But on the other hand, we wouldn't be surprised by it, really, because that seems to be anything. It's like there's nothing off limits.
Hollywood in some ways have run out of ideas.
Yeah,
another Running Man, another Total Recall, another Salem's Lot, another. At the end of the day, it's like, oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah. Why? I just
actually said in my blog, I turned around and said, look, Alien Romulus. I'm so glad that it didn't turn out to be terrible, right?
Yeah.
But most people want a continuation of the story, not these slotting ins between Alien and Aliens.
That's right,
stuff, right? We want the bit where Ripley has now got to Earth. What happens next? Right? Continue the story. They won't.
Yeah.
No, it's much easier to go back in time and slot these things in. It's like Rogue One Star Wars. It's like, well, this slots in between the Death Star being blown up and I'm going, right?
Yeah.
Is that because you run out of ideas?
Yeah. It's a very good point.
Sounds like it. And don't get me wrong, Rogue One ended up being something quite good. But what I'm trying to say is that you could actually do something original. There was a choice. You know what I mean? I
mean, I was thinking with Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, they might argue, but we're going to do some new original songs. And you'd be thinking, why? Why do that? Please don't.
Denny excited me this week because apparently they have just signed off and it's just been completed that they've now done 4K remasters of all the original Planet of the Apes films.
Have they? Oh,
wow, first 5 films. They've gone back to the negative, done the restoration. It's going to be coming out. It's going to come out next year. And Denny said it's going to be an expensive year next year.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. That's a day one pre-order, and I'd be ordering it from every single stockist until one says to me, "We've sent this off to you." Then I'll early go back to all the others and cancel. Because I don't want to miss that one. You know what I mean?
Oh wow! So that could be big news in the new year. Then there could be a big announcement.
Well, think about this as well. If they have done that, then that's Fox. Fox haven't brought out 4K discs in a long time.
The Disney link, isn't it?
The Disney link.
And they bought them out.
Which this is why it's such big news. They've gone round, they've turned around and signed it off and made it public knowledge.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that it's under Disney, and they haven't brought up. They haven't been doing. They haven't done many discs out this year. They've all
opens up
Disney Plus stuff and that.
Yeah, it does open up a lot of those Fox films that we all thought weren't going to get a big 4K release.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good news. Right, and we've got here Jamie saying Die Hard is an Xmas film. Okay.
Yeah, it's got the X-Men in it.
Yeah.
Not a Christmas film, Xmas film. Yeah, it's
And
an
it is. The
not
writers
Christmas.
have even said so, but Bruce Willis said it isn't. Right. Okay.
Yeah, well,
I know. And
must be right then.
Richard Brown says, The Brain is a Christmas film. Oh, The Brain.
Is it?
Thank you. Thank you.
The Blob's a Christmas film.
The Blob. Yeah, Christmas
Yeah,
with the Blob.
Because I saw it at Christmas. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ian, as well as Delboy, is there any other films in your collection you'd wish you never bought? I did actually buy Delboy too. It was sent to me by Jamie. I did feel quite bad about saying that because I know he obviously loved it. But I loved all the other films he sent. He's normally pretty good at sending me films. It's just that one. I had to be honest. I couldn't just sit here pretending.
It's not so. You had a film sent to you. That's unheard of. I've never heard of anybody send you a film. Who would do that?
Now it says here in your collection as there are films, and I got rid of them quickly. But this one actually is a serious one, and I'd advise nobody to ever buy it, which is the Serbian film. Why I bought it, I don't know, because it was notorious. It is a sick, horrible film, and I don't normally agree about censorship and stuff like that, but I just wanted it out. Felt dirty having it in the collection. And went to CEX and got rid of the bloody thing. So that's why Salo. I know Salo has got a very much, and I think is it Jamie. I think he doesn't mind Salo, but I just don't want that in my collection. I feel the same about that. But
well, on that cheery note, what's the next question?
Yeah. So that's my thing.
Supposed to be a cheery bloody stream.
Yeah, it is. I'm just saying. And Delboy, on a serious note, if I was you, I would never go near them films whatsoever.
Okay, then. I've written it down.
Yeah. They're just not good films. Not big bad films, but just horrible, disgusting kind of films that are just beyond that. Tony says, I guess it depends on how you interpret an Xmas film. It's just that it's set at that time of year. It fits. I consider it to be one personally. Yeah, I get that very much so, yeah.
It can't be an Xmas film unless Professor X is in it, because that's what the X-Men are. You see, they're out there on Xmas, aren't they? It's X. That's what it is, you see.
Dear. What can you say? Don't worry.
It snows. I'll tell you what, take it like this. It snows at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home. Does that make it a Christmas film?
And what about this one, of course? Lethal Weapon. That's the same. That's Christmas as well.
Yeah.
But nobody will say it's a Christmas film.
Honestly, I never turn around and say people are wrong, right? But I don't mind watching those films that say that they're Christmas films, or they're on the fringe and debated leading up to Christmas and are on after Christmas, between Christmas and New Year. I just won't watch them on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
they are not film. I won't. Gremlins to me was one of those ones.
Gremlins
was one of those films where they said it's a Christmas film. I saw it in December when it was at the cinema, right? I've watched it close to Christmas, but I've never watched Gremlins Christmas Day.
No, I haven't. But I still count it.
There's snow in it. It's set around Christmas. But does it have the story of, or anything, or the tropes of Christmas in it other than snow? Right? Does it have Christmas music playing in Sainsbury's while you're filming inside a supermarket? Does it have tinsel everywhere in it? Does it have any mention of Father Christmas? Does it talk about Santa coming down a chimney? Does it it's almost like that. just because a film was set in December doesn't make it a Christmas film in my mind. But I don't mind watching them and saying that they're Christmas films, because I'd be wrong for saying that they're not.
Does it? Now it's a while since I've seen Lethal Weapon, but is the ending there? They invite him for Christmas dinner. Did they have Christmas dinner at the end?
Oh, the ending. I think there is something like that.
I think they invite him round. I seem to remember, because it kind of seals their friendship. I mean, as it's been getting on.
I remember
he gets invited to Christmas dinner.
I remember more of the ending of Lethal Weapon 2 than Lethal Weapon 1.
Yeah, I think
Lethal Weapon 2, there's a shooting on a boat, and he's sort of like shot, and he's lying down, and it plays the music to cheer down, doesn't it, at the end? But
if anybody knows, please let me know. I'm sure it ends on at Christmas dinner. I feel it does, because he's on his own, isn't he? Mel Gibson.
Again, my sister lived for 18 months in California at Christmas, and she said she would never want to go through another Christmas in California. It's sunny. It's sunny.
Yeah.
There's no fir trees. It's palm trees. It's weird.
Yeah.
You see, because my sister was of an age where we were brought up in the dank, horrible weather that Britain's got. Yeah. And we can almost get away with saying it's Christmas time by looking out the window and it's raining, right? Rather than it's snowing, right? We'll still think it's Christmas, right? I don't think I've had a Christmas day where it's sunny and I'm putting factor 15 sun cream on.
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff. It's not happening.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how Santa.
Well, you think about in Australia.
He must be sweating his bollocks off when he gets to Australia. I don't know how he does it. He must change clothes and put a t-shirt on and start surfing. Right? Because I don't know how he does it.
We've got James says some people don't think Gremlins is an Xmas film. Crazy. Of course it is.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I haven't watched it Christmas Day, but I'll definitely watch it leading up. Yeah.
And here we have Craven the Hunter has had terrible reviews. It's not surprising. That's one of those films. Again, we were on about the negativity already before anybody's seen it, but you expected those terrible reviews, and it probably is terrible, but you have expected them.
I will put my hand up and say I preempted that as being a terrible film when it comes out, right?
Yeah.
But I preempted it as a fan of reading the comics.
Yeah.
And the way Sony treat the characters based on the comic books. They don't write them as the comic book. So basically it's going to be a rewrite of the character. It's not going to look anything like what I read when I was reading it as a kid in the 70s. Yeah. It's going to be not the Craven I grew up with, and tell me that I'm wrong. It won't be. Is that going to make it a bad film? You have to answer that question, and that's where I think fans have difficulty separating it. It's like, it's nothing like the book, so I'm going to badmouth it straight away. Just because you're a fan and you want it to be a particular way. Some director has come along and he said, I'm going to make this film and I'm going to make it this way and do it like this. They've taken a gamble. Or the Sony have turned around and said, we're going to do it this way. Do you remember that Marvel is a Disney product and they don't own the Spider-Man universe? Craven is Spider-Man, right? Sony are putting out these films because they lose the license if they don't bring out a film every 2 years. They are crazy about Spider-Man. They do not want to lose that franchise. They would rather bring out a film that is half-hearted and lose money than lose that IP. That IP means billions to them. Next year or the year after, there is going to be a new Spider-Man game, and it is going to make them trillions.
Yeah.
And it's going to make Craven go, oh, we lost 100 million there, did we? It don't matter. We made $6 billion. million with this over here. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, this is where Sony will interfere and go, we don't care.
Yeah.
And if you don't care, then we don't care as an audience.
Yeah. And the audience is expecting it to be bad before it's even been released. They're just thinking it's going to be bad. What was the other one that was out before everybody didn't like?
Madam Web.
Oh yeah, that was really terrible.
The Eternals.
Yeah, that's it.
The TV series The Inhumans was awful.
Yeah.
All
right. Sai says, I saw one review. It said that Craven makes Madam Web look like the Shawshank Redemption.
I'd laugh at that. Do you know what?
I like that.
Even though I am a Marvel fan, I would laugh at that. That's great. Yeah. That's a great. That's a comment that I'd write on my wall. Put that up there. You know what I mean? That's like a badge of honor.
And then Tony says, will they ever run out of superheroes to turn into film franchises? I wonder. Oh, I'm sure they'd just carry on. They'll find somebody they can just put out.
We're living at a time. We're living at a time now where has anybody ever seen those graphs where they go it goes up and then it plateaus?
Yeah.
And then it goes down like this. We're at that stage where we're now going down the slope, right?
Yeah.
When that happens and it reaches rock bottom, and Hollywood suddenly opens its eyes and go, that was then. This is now. Let's move on.
Yeah.
It will be 20 years down the line before we'll revise it again.
Yeah.
What Marvel are trying to do, and this is what I think that they're trying to do, and it's only a guess, right? Is we've got thousands of characters that we need to get as much of this product out before they've realized that it's a dead product.
Yeah.
Let's get this out, right?
Yeah.
Stan Lee and the artists that were around Stan Lee developed thousands of characters, thousands of them, but they weren't in their own comic book. This is what I'm trying to say. Iron Man was in his own comic book. Captain America was in his own comic book. All of that. But there were so many characters that were in teams or were fringe comics that you bought because, well, take it like this: Shang-Chi was in his own book, but it came out on the back of Bruce Lee dying and having it and coming out at a time where Kung Fu was king. They had to make money. So, of course, Marvel at some point had to turn around and say, yeah, we'll do a Shang-Chi movie. Right? But as far as I was concerned, that was the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
It's not as bad. It's not as bad as what people say that film is. But the trouble is, I've got no interest in it because it's kung fu. But there are a lot of people that like martial arts. So who am I to say, right? But I find it one of the most boring things to read is a kung fu comic book. You know, I want to see somebody web swing and crawl up walls and all of that sort of stuff. I don't want somebody who goes around kicking barefoot another person that's got a bare chest. You can see all I have to do is look outside and see the pub at about 12:30 on a Friday night in my town to see that happening. You see what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that Superman has possibilities of doing well?
Well, see, that's the thing.
I know it's a DC and it's had a bad rep.
No, but listen to me.
You've got a good chance of doing well.
Superman is an enduring story, a character that's been around since the war.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, it's a number one character in the DC line for a reason. For a reason, right?
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if DC were to announce tomorrow that they're doing a film called The Scarecrow, which is a villain of Batman, and he's going to be in his own film, it wouldn't. There are only so many Batman fans that would go out and watch that film.
Yeah.
And Craven is a villain of Spider-Man, and it wasn't a crazily good one then. He's got no superpowers. He just goes around sort of like being the big game hunter.
Yeah.
He's hunted every game there is, beat every particular beast there is in the whole of the world.
Yeah.
And the only one he hasn't beaten is a man dressed up in a spider costume.
Yeah.
So that is what Craven is.
Have the previous Supermans since Christopher Reeve done well?
They've made money.
Yeah, well,
I would say that there's a difference between making money and doing well.
Right.
There's one film, I can't remember what it's called, Superman kills in it.
Oh, I don't remember that.
I think he kills Zod, you know, that that other one from Krypton, you know, the one that came out of right? Superman doesn't kill. It's not in his personality to kill.
Yeah.
But he had to make a choice and killed. And as far as I'm concerned, this is where you go, you don't know Superman if you made that. But the answer from the writer, if I remember rightly, was, are you telling me that that a modern audience would actually recognize that he's never faced death by having to make the choice of kill and people live? Yeah. So all I'm saying is that is out of character, and I lost a lot of credibility for Superman by watching that film. Like I said, Zod is a horrible character, but Superman wouldn't kill him. He'd find every method he can to imprison and get him exiled or whatever he could. Not kill. No.
Yeah.
Spider-Man doesn't kill.
Yeah. People
have died around him, but he hasn't killed himself. He hasn't got a gun and shot somebody in the head.
No.
You know what I mean? So, no. That's my little rant over with that.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. So, Sai says, I heard that the reshoots for Captain America 4 is to cut out Captain Israel from the movie. I've never heard of that, but
believe it or not, I haven't heard of Captain Israel, but I'll tell you what that sounds like to me. It's another multiverse film, and Captain Israel is the same as Captain America, but it's from Israel.
And that's quite controversial, as we know. Stephen Taylor says, have you got any New Year's resolutions? I'll be honest, I never make them. Never make them.
I'll tell you what, for 10 years, I made the same New Year's resolution when I don't make New Year's resolutions myself, right? And my New Year's resolution for 10 years was do things differently than you did last year, because last year it didn't work. Which means do things better, in other words, because last year's was a shit fest. You know what I mean? I don't make New Year's resolutions anymore. I do understand them. It's a new year. Think of things new. Right?
Yeah.
It's a nice trait to have. Trouble is, that's all anybody will ever say. After Christmas, the first thing people are going to say is, what are you doing on New Year's Eve? What's your New Year's resolution? Right?
That's right, yeah.
For some people, it's like, and this is from a friend of mine. He turned around and he said, I've never understood why people turn around and say, I'm going on a diet in the new year. What's stopping you from starting now?
Yeah.
Right? What is it about New Year that you're going to go on a diet? Right? Yeah. You want to lose weight? Lose weight now. Go on the diet. All right. What's New Year got to do with it? Right? It's like, I'm going to start my exercise regime in January 1st. Right? I'm going, what? Join the gym now. Go before and start building that metabolism so you can stuff your frigging face at Christmas. Right? I'm having another rant, you can probably tell. But I do understand it. It's like, why have you got to wait? It's almost like it's that same sort of OCD person that I am. I'm like this. I won't get up until 7 o'clock. If it goes to 7:01, I won't get up until 7:05. If I miss 7:05, I won't get up until 7:10. It's almost like it's got to be, you know, on that big hand's got to be there. Otherwise, I'm not going to get up on an odd number. 7:01. Oh no, that's unheard of. I'll spend another 4 minutes in bed. Get up, you lazy son. What's it about 7:01? Just because you missed it by a minute, right? You lazy bastard. There are people out there that are like that. Oh, I'll put it on snooze. We'll wake up in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. And then you miss it by a minute. It's like 7:06. It's like, oh, I'll wait till 7:15 then. I can't. If I didn't get up at 7, it's got to be 7:15. Why has it got to be 7:15? Why can't it be the next minute? Just get out of bed, you lazy bastard. You know what I mean? This is. I'm OCD. I'm like that myself.
Yeah.
You know? I have to park in the same car parking space at work.
Yeah.
I have to have, my knife and fork just right. I have to, I'm terrible.
Yeah.
But, I must admit, I am, for years and years, I never got up at 7:01. No.
Tony says, never heard of Captain Israel. Is this the reshoot because of the conflict in the Middle East? I would imagine that's influential. I think that's why. Ian and Delboy, have you seen the Blade films? Thoughts? I personally prefer the second film, again, because of the Guillermo del Toro and Luke Goss connection. Nomad is a superb adversary for Blade.
Yeah, well,
I've only seen Blade 1. I'm sorry, I'm not very good. I've got Blade 1, but I've got the others.
I didn't like Blade 3 or Blade Trinity, I think they call it. I did like Blade 2. I did like Blade 1. Again, it's nothing like the comic book Blade. But I still enjoyed it for what it is. It is sort of like where most people say where Marvel began. That was the first quality film that they came out was Blade, right? And most people forget that. I'm stuck on whether I think Blade 2 is better than Blade 1 because I like them both, believe it or not. But I thought Blade Trinity was a bit poor. I'm not surprised it ended there, really. I wouldn't want to see Wesley Snipes back as Blade now. He's getting a bit on a little bit now. He could play an old vampire, obviously he's a crossbreed between a vampire and not a vampire, if you see what I mean. He can walk in daylight, all of that sort of stuff. But I don't know. Blade's one of those characters that I just recognize as being in the Tomb of Dracula comics. Blade was more like Van Helsing. Wesley Snipes does not play Van Helsing, does he? Yeah, it's like that with me. Because Blade, like I said, Blade's purpose was to kill Dracula.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And in the films, it's not that. There are the old regime of vampires. If you ever watch the first film, you'll see that the vampires are more like Frank Sinatra mobsters from the 50s. They're the old regime. The badge of honor is to steal their teeth out of their mouths before they die. That is an honor. But it's far away from being what Blade was. I like the second film, man. I really do. I do like the second one. I like the first one though as well. So I can't answer that one.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. And then we've got Stephen Wells saying, "Hi guys, I watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation 2 today, which is not as good as the first one, but still a fun watch. I also watched Hellboy, The Crooked Man, which is not a bad film. Is that the third one that's come out? I think.
I think that's I think that's the new Hellboy that's out after that. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation 2. Again, it falls into that slot like we were talking about earlier, Ian.
Where, right, yeah.
Films are not specifically set out to be bad, and you can find great humor and fun in a bad film. And Christmas Vacation 2 is another one where there are more bad jokes than there are good, but there are good jokes in it, which makes it, which means that there is fun to be had. It's just National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation knocked it out the park. How do you top something that you knock out the park? It's like really difficult, So it's like that with me. But the Griswolds, it's nice that they made as many films as they did. But I again, they've done. They did the first. They did the first film again, didn't they? They reimagined it. Yeah, that word, reimagined.
Yeah, that word.
And as much as that film is probably quite good, I'd watch the original every time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
to me, it's all, the Griswolds are those actors that play that family. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. James says the new Hellboy is more of a horror, isn't it, Stephen?
Yeah.
And then Muckman says you didn't review Hard Boiled: A Tale of Two Sisters, Ian. Didn't you like those? Yeah, I enjoyed them. I don't know. They just left me behind. Because I bought Hard Boiled, I really loved, and then a Tale of Two Sisters I bought after The Eye, wasn't it? I reviewed The Eye, and I don't know, they just kind of slipped me by. I did enjoy both of them, definitely. I thought they were great. Hard Boiled is just pure action. It's a wonderful film. And a Tale of and then I saw a Tale of Two Sisters. I thought, oh, I've got to get that after The Eye. And I love that as well. Great. It was quite gory. The acting was superb. I know I sound like I'm reviewing it now. I should have reviewed it, but I didn't. I don't know. I just didn't. Things moved on. I was probably got distracted and was reviewing other things. I know there has been one or two things I haven't always got around to reviewing, but I did really enjoy it. Yeah, that's all I can say. That's my excuse. I try and keep up and review things as much as possible.
I thought that was a documentary.
But
in fact, I didn't know Edwina Curry had a sister.
It's like those Ealing comedies. I had to make a choice. I could have perhaps reviewed all of them, but I just chose one, and I chose The Man in the White Suit. I could easily have chosen the others, but there's only so much. You move on, and I know I should perhaps have done Hard Boiled and The Two Sisters, but it sort of just passed by. And it's not an excuse, but it is an excuse. But otherwise, I've been doing reviews every day. I have a certain pattern on my channel, and I have to be. It's already bad enough.
Boiled the Edwina Curry story.
Yeah, or I'd be doing 2 a day, which would be even more, and that would be too much even for me.
All I know about it's all I know about eggs is Edwina Curry. When
eggs and Edwina. Anyhow, Steve Moe says, Muckman Movies, yes, it is, mate. The Crooked Man is a scary dude. Oh, right. Rock and Roll L. Evening, chaps. Been a while. Well, thank you for joining us. Yeah, you haven't been for a while, but thank you for coming back and listening to this. Let's go on.
Listening to my rant.
You missed the rant, or perhaps you haven't, from Delboy. It can't be any worse than Hellboy 3, which was terrible.
There you go. So, like I said, it's as I said, as much as you think the second film is bad, you want to see that film.
Right.
Like having your eyes teared out.
Oh dear. Steve, there's a nice steelbook for The Mean One starring David Howard Thornton, which was released today in the States. Looks nice. Oh, right.
I've noticed that. They showed the artwork, of Kill Bill on steelbook, which you can only get in the States.
Oh.
It's a shame. But then again, America will turn around and say, yeah, but I've looked at all the British steel books that aren't over here that we're never going to get a steel at. So,
I'll say that. Yeah.
It's swings and roundabouts. I just wish it was more centralized. So, you didn't have to wait until they've got round to bringing out.
Mukbang movies. Yeah, the third one was bad. Yeah, everybody seems to that. Ian, you'll get more fun watching Life of Brian at Christmas, I think. Oh yeah, I've got that. I could. Do you know that's not one I thought of, but
would you say Life of Brian is a Christmas film? Would you say Life of Brian is a Christmas?
Yeah, Christmas. I could watch Life of Brian at Christmas. That's a good idea.
Well, this is the thing. It starts off with the birth of Christ, so you've got to turn around and say it is a Christmas film.
That's right. It does. So that's a good.
It's more a Christmas film than bloody Die Hard is.
Yeah. You're selling it even more for me now to watch. Right. And I could even squeeze in my favorite Monty Python film, which is The Meaning of Life, because at the end is Christmas. Every day is Christmas Day in heaven, isn't it? Remember the song Eric Idle sings?
It's Christmas in heaven. Yeah, what is it? It's Christmas in heaven. There's bad films on TV. The Sound of Music twice an hour, and Jaws 1, 2, and 3.
See,
that's right.
I could squeeze that one in, couldn't I? Yeah.
Well, it's got the best song. It's got the best song, though, isn't it? The Galaxy song.
I love it. Every sperm is sacred, and all those.
Oh no, but the Galaxy song, the universe keeps on expanding and all of the. But but I reckon that you like that film because it's got more boobs than the other films.
Oh right,
it's got what it is. But it is because there's more boobs in it.
Oh dear.
There's a man, isn't it? He runs away from the prison. There's a load of women running after him.
Yeah.
He jumps off of a cliff and lands in a grave, doesn't he? I mean, he said, well, he wanted to choose the way that he wanted to die. That was sad bloke.
Stephen tells us, Del, it's been a few weeks since your last heart op. Have you noticed a big difference in your health? Is there still a way to go until you are fully recovered?
I'll tell you what, Stephen, thank you very much for asking that. I will answer honestly by saying, I'll tell you what, there's a bloody big difference, right? The sad news is that it's just that I need a change in my tablets because I'm finding that I have a lack of energy. But everybody who's ever seen me at work this week that has come into work, so many people that have watched my blog, Stephen, have turned around and said, you look so much chipper than you did before the heart attack. You look sick and ill compared to how you've been since the operation. They've noticed a mark, sort of like, I suppose in some ways it's like you'd say you can tell somebody's pregnant. They've got that full cheeks and glow about them. I don't know. I don't see it myself. I don't think I'm acting any differently. I'm just embracing life a little bit more, and I'm trying to say that the world is half full, not half empty, and just having fun with people like Ian and forgetting about other things that can get you down. But I must admit, I have needed people like Ian to get me through some troubling spots. But I tell you what, I'm having fun. I'm looking forward to Christmas with my mum. I look at it like this: how long is it before my mum's gone? I have to relish every day, and I look at it from the point of view as not that my mum could die, that I could die before her. How many? Who knows whether the Christmas we're just about to have is the last one or not? Who knows? Nobody knows. So you got to live. You got to look sometimes at life like that, and go, "Oh, stuff it! I will have that other whiskey. Give me it."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? At some point, and then just go back to being the safe way that you've been all the way through the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Have that one day where you just go, sod it. I'm chucking things into the wind. I'm going to watch that bad film that everybody told me I shouldn't do. I'm going to chuck my pants up in the air. I don't give a shit. Right? I'm going to dance naked around the garden. Whatever, right? You just got to do it sometime. And I must admit, ever since my heart attack, and this, I'll tell you what, I haven't told anybody this. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning of the heart attack, hot sweats, sweating, my chest feeling really like somebody was pushing down on it. And I went back to sleep thinking, oh, it's all right. I'm just feeling hot because I've got the flu or something. I'll just try and sleep it off. And I woke up, and the problem hadn't gone away, and that's when I phoned the ambulance. Most people would have a heart attack in their sleep, you know, or around that time. My body woke me up to tell me I've got a problem, and I ignored it by trying to go back to sleep. That was the wrong thing to do. Wrong thing to do. And I could have easily have died. I didn't call an ambulance until 4 hours later, when the pain was still there after waking up at 4 or 5 in the morning. Right? So what a narrow escape. And you have to look at it like that and go, wow, I know this now. Because most people say, when did you have your heart attack? And most people would probably think you had your heart attack when you phoned the ambulance and they told you you've had a heart attack. But even the surgeon said, we can't tell exactly when you had your heart attack. When I told him the story of how I was at 5 o'clock in the morning, he said, I bet you any money that's when you had it. It wasn't at 9 o'clock. Your body woke you up.
Yeah.
And so I could have easily have gone to sleep and never have woke up again. And I keep having that in my mind every day and just go, tomorrow's going to be a better day.
Yeah.
You know, can't be as bad as yesterday. I was with Ian for 4 hours, for fuck's sake. Can't be a better day tomorrow, innit? Jesus Christ. You can't get worse than this. Right, so there you are. I get a dig in there somewhere, right?
Wow, it's okay.
You fish-fingered sod. Go on.
Oh dear. What can you say? And we've got Stephen Moore saying, this time of the year is where Ian makes his money as Santa Claus. Oh, the jokes keep coming.
I'll tell you what, would you say it's okay to make a remake of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang if you play the granddad? If they cast you as the granddad, and they said we're only gonna make it if you say yes. But it's your favorite film, and you could be in it.
Right? No, I still know, because I don't want that film to be ruined. I don't want the remake to take place.
You being in it?
Unless I could sabotage it, unless I agreed to it, and then was so bad in the film, they ruined the whole film that they couldn't do anything with it. Yeah, that I could sabotage the film, then I'd agree. I don't want it, but
can you imagine Hollywood remaking it and they're saying Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to be the granddad singing singing posh posh.
No, you could see it. Actually, it's not. Somebody's thinking, "Hey, that's great casting." Hey, somebody will be saying that. Yeah. No, crikey, no. Please, the thought. Right. Tony is also a link to Rarewave's eBay site too had been sold, but is said not available. Forget where I got the link from.
There's also a link to Rarewave's eBay site.
Yeah.
Two had been sold. Yeah. But it said not available. What are we talking about? The two that had been sold. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Was it the Doctor Who? Was it the what are we talking about?
It's a while, isn't it? I wonder if it is.
I'm not on that one, Tony. Sorry, I might have been away. That might have been the point when I was away when you were discussing that. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Actually, I don't think the Doctor Who one has officially come up, has it yet?
That's what I said. I told you that was
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is a leak. That is
yeah,
a definite leak. That is a
yeah.
leak. So take it like this. Take it like
Tony
this.
says, look, season 7 I was referring to.
Well,
Yeah.
take it like this. Savages was actually officially announced, and HMV, Amazon, and everybody had a pre-order link to that.
That's right. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Now I haven't looked for the Doctor Who 7 link since I saw it at lunchtime. I'm wondering if I look now whether it's there. If it's not, then it was definitely a leak, because I tell you now, BBC would have had that out now.
Yeah. I think you're right. And Danny says, love Doctor Who. Yes, we love John Pertwee and all that era. Classic Who, the best. Tony says, related to this era of Who, I just got a little book, A Legacy in Doctor Who Unit by Baz Greenland. The unit years, great, wonderful. There's a new release, 60th anniversary DVD of Complete Likely Lads I've seen on Amazon. Yeah, I think I saw that they've done a new release of that. Yeah.
How complete is it, though? I mean, have they announced that they found the lost episodes?
But yeah, I bet the lost episodes are still not on there.
Yeah, so really, it's just a
reissue
version with 60.
I can tell you, if they'd have found lost episodes, we'd have had a lot on our news feeds. It'd have been a very big story, but no. Charles Duncan says, Ian and Del, they re-released the Likely Lads movie with a few more
there you go.
lost episodes found a few years ago, which is not on their box set. Oh,
and that's probably true, because this was if it was found a couple of years ago, it's before BBC have said that they were going to animate any of this stuff, like they haven't. I mean, Jim Jam pointed out to me, he said after the stream last week, yes, you can buy Dad's Army, the animated episodes. It is part of a box set that you can buy. It's in there,
right?
And I do remember seeing a documentary on the Likely Lads a couple of years ago, and that might have been with the news that they found a couple of episodes that have been found. I think, if I remember rightly, though, they haven't found all the episodes. In other words, it's still not complete. So that 60th anniversary might be the first time that they're actually releasing those ones that they announced a couple of years ago. I think they did. I think they did broadcast them. They found 2. I think they found 2 episodes, something like that. Because at the same time, they showed a 10-minute short shot over Christmas.
Yeah,
that was not a complete episode. It was like an armchair comedy, comedy playhouse.
Yes,
in front of the live audience thing skit that they did.
Yeah,
it was supposed to look like an episode of The Likely Lads.
Oh.
And that was found as well. And I remember that skit, but I don't remember the 2 episodes that they found, though. It's weird, that.
I don't remember that. No. Anyhow,
that's great, Charles. Thanks for the information.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Del ranting over a nice gesture. You can't win, Steve. Yeah, I know.
you can because it's all just a dream.
The Likely Lads set I saw on Amazon as every surviving episode and audio recordings of missing ones. Audio recordings plus new documentaries.
Yeah, and
we haven't actually discovered any more new ones, but it
will have that 10-minute episode that I just told you about.
Yeah.
That's probably worth considering, even if you've got the earlier one. Really,
it sounds good. So I mentioned last week that I was going to a screening of The Apartment. It was beautiful on the big screen. It was also a rare occasion that the screening was completely sold out. Well, that's good, isn't it? In fact,
The Apartment, such a great film, The Apartment.
Yeah. I know you're a big fan. I've mentioned it a lot. Yeah.
Billy Wilder, what you can
say. But that's good that they're selling out, because that obviously means they'll do more, won't they? Regular sort of doing these old films.
We and Jack Lemmon though, and Billy Wilder.
Yeah.
That's just a cherry on the top, really, as far
Yeah. Fist was the film about the unions.
Yeah, that's
with Sylvester in.
Yeah, it's like I said, an early Sylvester Stallone film, and you wouldn't have considered him being the union boss.
Yeah.
You
Is it Paradise Alley you are referring to, Delboy, with regard to Stallone?
No.
Oh.
Remember, we were talking about Fist, and I said, and you wouldn't expect him to be in Nighthawks, and it was damn. And I said it was that a Death Race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not Paradise Alley.
Yeah. That's it, Si. Yeah. Paradise.
Fist.
Yeah.
Sally, what was her name? Sally Fields played an equally role where she was a union.
Yeah.
Who went on strike. She was a lady person who held a strike thing, and she that was one of her big acting roles after she'd played the Flying Nun for years. It got her name in Hollywood, and then she went off to be with Burt Reynolds in the Bandit films.
Oh. Steven says, I just pre-ordered Amor, starring Sylvester Stallone and Jason Patric. Oh, and Absolution, starring Liam Neeson and Ron Perlman, on Blu-ray from the States. Oh, right.
I'll tell you what, I hope you enjoyed them. I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't seen many of those.
Not seen much Billy Wilder. Recently watched Private Life of Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. Billy Wilder, I mean, we all know
7 Year Itch, is it? And,
we all know the ones, don't we? I mean, Some Like It Hot, The
Apart.
There is The Odd Couple. You've got
that's right. Yeah.
There's I've forgotten what it's called now. Bloody hell, that's nasty. The one where they tried to commit fraud by having Jack Lemmon in with a broken leg, and they said, "Oh, we're going to sue them all." Comes in. I forgot what it is. It was to do with American football as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, Billy Wilder is one of the greats.
One of the greats. That's what Jamie says.
Considered was ridiculed for a lot of time in Hollywood. I think he was considered to be either a communist or a Jew.
Yeah.
At a time where Hollywood were kicking people out of Hollywood.
There were, yeah. Stephen Taylor says, do you think there'll be anything to replace 4K? Have we gone as far as we can with picture quality now? I think we've had this before, haven't we?
I turned around and said, how can you turn around and say there's a threshold? It's almost like turning around saying the jumbo jet was the last plane that's ever been built. I find it difficult to ask. At the moment, there's a sticky point in regards to the fact that as you keep increasing resolution and as you keep increasing color grading and that sort of stuff, then you've got to come up with a new storage medium.
Yeah. Also, I don't know whether this is true, but isn't it about our human highs as well?
Yeah, you can only see so much.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you can bring out 8K, but my eyes are going to be the same, and I've got glasses on, so that's no bloody good, is it?
Yeah.
Might as well stick with Blu-ray. I'm blind as a bat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a good point, though, isn't it?
I'm only joking. That's not true. I mean, I actually do wear these for driving and reading and that. But I go to bed and I watch films in bed, without my glasses on, and I can see things perfectly okay. So, but it is amazing how much I put my glasses on as like it's almost like a comfort blanket with me now. Yeah, I feel like when you look at my face, it's like, oh no, put your glasses on. I don't like you looking like that. You got, it's like, and then you put your glasses. Oh, that's the Dell I know. That's the one. You know what I mean? It's like having Ronnie Barker take his glasses on.
Jamie says Witness for the Prosecution is one of my favorite Billy Wilder films. There you are.
It was the fortune cookie I was thinking about.
And Tony says, I was looking at witness for the prosecution. May get it at some point. McMahon, I fell asleep listening to Dell's long blog the other night. Perfect snoozing material. Ooh.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I tell you what, his YouTube videos are 10 minutes long, and I fell asleep in the first 2 minutes. So at least mine are 2 hours long. Right? 2 minutes it took me to fall asleep to that. Oh, and here's my next steel book. Well, here's my next steel book. And I'll tell you what, I got that from America, and I got this steel book at the same time. Did you really? Snooze. Joking, matey. Love you to bits.
And Jamie says, get it, Tony. It's brilliant. Eureka did a release. Oh, fantastic. Stephen Moore says, I watched Free Jack at the weekend, one of my favorite Emilio Estevez movies. Mick Jagger, I can't act for shit, though. Yeah, I was going to mention he was in that, yeah. That always pops up, that one. Tony says, Bayek, it's almost felt as though I was in Paris when Ian was reading that French title.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a place called Leeds in France.
Yeah.
Do you eat strange shit there and all, like snails and crap?
Oh dear.
Because you all eat whelks and things, eels and shit.
This is interesting. No, I've heard other people say this. I love the smell of a petrol station. All that petrol. Yeah, people love petrol as well. Yeah. Have a good sniff. Does Free Jack have Anthony Hopkins in it? I don't know. Cy Robertson, yes, it does. Yeah. Warm wishes from Dell is like a wet fart. Yeah. There you are.
I come here for the love, you know.
Yeah. Mentioning Anthony Hopkins, I got around to The Wolfman. Oh, yeah. Really enjoyed it. Not sure why it gets quite a lot of negativity. It does get a lot of negativity. I've not seen it. But
I told you I want The Edge on Blu-ray. I don't give a shit. I want The Edge. What a film. I tell you what a fantastic score. Do you know who did the score to The Edge? Go on. Have a guess.
Go on then.
Have a guess. No, you know what? Go on. Have a guess. Go on.
Oh, I don't know. Bernstein.
Jerry Goldsmith.
Oh,
come
on. Goldsmith. Oh, no.
Oh
dear.
Nice, man.
Not Jerry Goldsmith, yeah. I might have guessed. But I didn't.
You didn't, did you? Because you don't listen to me. You're just there, really. I'll tell you what, when I start ranting and talking, you're looking at your phone going, I'll just let him rant.
Yeah, I'll just let him get on with it.
I'll see what I could buy on Amazon, look, while he's out there. I saw you earlier on when I was talking. You were on the bloody phone.
Actually, I was being a bit naughty. I was checking up something on Googling, looking as if I knew the information, but I didn't. Mukman movies, Wolfman isn't as bad as the critical bashing it received. I own a steelbook of it. He's got a steelbook. There you are.
Yeah. Muckman's got a steelbook. Well, who'd have guessed?
Yeah, that's a shock, isn't it?
Well, shock surprise. I just said shock surprise.
I watched the extended cut, extra 17 minutes. Right. Have you seen that there's a remake of The Return of the Living Dead coming out in 2025? They made it into a Christmas movie. Yeah, I saw that mentioned somewhere. Yeah.
A Tromo movie.
Yeah. Tony, the man who went up a hill
and came down a mountain. Yeah.
Saw that many years ago on TV. Quite a quirky little film. That's what you were on about, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just couldn't remember the title. It was like when a bill came down a mountain, something like that. I couldn't remember.
The best trailer I've seen in 28 years later. It gives nothing away. Well, that's what you want.
Well, you
want
hope.
to
How do you know?
wait,
You have the film's not out yet. How do you know it doesn't
yeah.
give anything away?
Yeah.
But I will say this, you're probably right. And I've seen the trailer actually for 28 years later. It does look good. I said the same though about the 1 minute or 30-second trailer of the first Alien Romulus trailer. They showed only like 30 seconds, and everybody went, "Wow, that's the way to do a trailer. It tells me nothing. Nothing. That tells me nothing." In the end, those bits were in the film.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the way you do a trailer. And I must admit, 28 years later does fill me with more optimism than I thought, because I thought to myself, 28 years later, I mean, there's the film, then there's 28 days later, and so therefore the actors are the same. And then there's 28 years later. It's like, how much grey have you got to put in their hair? And are they still alive? And is it a totally different bunch of people and all of this? Do you see what I mean? All in my head. I was going, 28 years later, you might as well turn around and say it's a different film. Nothing to do with it. I mean, it's 28 years later. I mean, if we were to go back 28 years for me, I'd be back in Manchester. Jesus Christ.
It's not. I thought he was going to go into a full rant. Then we didn't quite get a full rant.
So I mean, when you think about it, it's a bloody long time. 28 years.
Yeah, it is a long time. Yeah.
The generation, isn't it? Or two.
Oh yeah, this one's good. James says Delboy's wrapped up the lumps of coal to hand out for Xmas presents. Actually, I could never understand this, but one of the New Year customs on, when they knock at midnight, supposedly on New Year, neighbours, they used to come round with a lump of coal and something else and what have you. I never understood what all this lump of coal was, but
keep people warm. Keep people warm.
Yeah,
but I tell you what. I'll tell you what, I haven't done that, man. I will say this: I haven't wrapped up lumps of coal because lumps of coal cost money. I actually picked up pebbles on the floor.
Spend any money on it.
I picked up pebbles on the floor and wrapped them up, and then given them as Christmas presents because that cost me bugger all. And then because they won't fit through the letterbox, I threw them through the windows. And basically, they had to then get the glazier out to actually do something. You know, that's the sort of person I am at Christmas. So beware.
We're not spending much time at home this Xmas. Can't bear it without our Hadley. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I can relate to. The very first Christmas after my dad died, I didn't want to be. I did not want to be here.
Yeah.
The whole. I knew exactly what my dad would be doing at Christmas, and when our pet died, you know, this is where we're talking about Hadley. You know, he'd have woken you up or something, and you'd have got up, and he would have been sitting in his basket, and you'd have been when you eat your Sunday dinner, you'd be waiting for him to give him the scraps or whatever it is. And it's going to be a horrible time, and I will spare a thought for you, my friend. Christmas, it's going to be a tricky one, but I tell you what, when you get past it this first year, it doesn't get easier, but it will get better. I will say that.
I agree with that, because for me, Christmas is the same. Boxing Day is always the worst bit.
We raise a glass to my dad every Christmas. We raise a glass to my dad.
It does change a bit slowly over the years. Now it's 6 years coming up, but it's still there. I don't think it goes away at all, but it's still there. But it gets better. That's all I can say. That's just my personal experience, but it's still there.
Yeah.
Tony says the Three Wise Men on Monday. I've made a note to be somewhere else.
That's not nice, is it? I don't do many live streams, and already I've got a person out there saying I've made a note to be elsewhere.
Avoid switching on your computer or going on your phone.
Yeah, thanks for that. Hey, you're the one who's going to be there as well, you miserable bastard. You don't want to laugh at that, do you?
Condor Man is a laugh loved that back in the day.
Oh, bollocks to that film. Jesus Christ.
And Steven says, a great film if you haven't seen it. And Next of Kin starring Patrick Swayze, Liam Neeson, Bill Paxton, Adam Baldwin, no relation to the Baldwin brothers. Also, the guy who played the one-armed man. Oh, God.
What, in Robin's Nest? That was my little joke there.
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to pretend that you didn't say that little joke, but you did.
You mean from The Fugitive?
Yeah. It was. I've forgotten the name of the actor. He was in Babylon 5.
Yeah.
That's all I could think of. And I've totally forgotten his name. But he's not. I think he's not with us anymore either, which is like most of the Babylon 5 cast. From The Fugitive starring Harrison Ford. Yeah, that's the one.
Not from Robin's Nest, no.
Yeah. I wondered why Ian keeps reviewing X-Files. Now I know. Gillian Anderson. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the perv. I told you he was a perv years ago.
Oh, dear. Sarah, I bet it has a dusty copy of the Gillian Anderson edition of FHM.
Yeah, she did do that, didn't she? FHM.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and she did. Do you know? I've got a copy of a single. She had a single that was in the charts as well. I have to dig it out. I've forgotten the name of the title, but yeah, she did have a single in the charts, and which I do have. Yeah. It says, I love Marge Hellenberger from Species and Fire Down Below. I'd give her one.
I'd give her. This is getting a bit bad now. I mean, I do apologise to any girls in the house. Muckman movies. I've just called Muckman movies a girl. That wasn't very nice, was it? No. But I'll tell you what. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, she's got some baps on her, really, hasn't she? I mean,
oh dear.
She's not afraid to use them either, is she? Really?
Anyway. Pages are stuck together, though.
You know what I mean? It's getting lower and lower, isn't it? This is getting terrible now.
And everybody's laughing. I think we can see it on the shelf behind. Go no. I bet Ian has a poster of Gillian Anderson on his ceiling.
Is that why he's got a crick in his neck? I can't look up there in the eye.
Del Toro didn't direct Hellboy 3.
He didn't.
Right?
No. We said that already.
Sarah, there's a great YouTube video by Bullets and Blockbusters about what Del Toro wanted to do with Hellboy 3. If you're a fan of the first two, I'd recommend it.
Yeah, like I said, they pressured him to do a third film, honestly, for years.
Hellboy, the Wicked Man, was really boring. Good in parts, budget was really low.
Yep. Could never have made it.
And Chronicles of Riddick is the second film, Ian. All right. So, yeah, the first one is the one that I've seen and got. And it's just completely gone out.
Honestly, I loved Pitch Black.
That's it. That's why I did. Absolutely think a fantastic film. But I've never seen the
when that film came out, my friend Martin and I, we just were taken away with that. We went, what an idea.
Yeah.
To have your eye, you know, the sanded over the inside of your eyeball.
Yeah.
You know, and then have this problem. You know, you can see great at night, but if you have your bright lights shining, you might as well fry your brain.
Yeah,
such a great idea, and it really was a pick them off one at a time film. We loved that idea of it.
One
at a time. Will they survive by the end of the film?
Yeah.
You know, brilliant.
Oh, if you want a bit of trivia information, It's the first 4K Arrow video release.
Really?
That was, yeah. It was the
Wow.
first one. What are your certain Xmas films you do watch at Xmas, Ian?
Yeah, stuff you, Delboy. What's your Christmas films, Ian? Go on, I'll let you carry on. Go on. Bastard. I hate you.
Well, I watch, of course, Chitty Bang Bang, as you know. That's a big
Yeah, I
surprise.
mean, bloody how many times have you been watching this? He said Chitty Bang Bang about a million times. Are you sad? Do you not know? Do you not listen, you silly sad man?
Oh,
Right,
dear me. Oh, and
it weren't going to be 2001, was it?
I won't be watching that rubbish.
How many times have you been here on a Wednesday and not known that Chitty Bang Bang is a film we watches at Christmas? You sad man.
He's going. Oh, dear.
I'm only joking. Carry on.
Oh boy. Well, I was going to say, no. I have now quite a few years now been watching Santa Claus the movie, which I know a lot of people are not.
Oh, because you haven't said that in at least half an hour, have you?
But I do love Santa Claus the movie. It's a good film to watch after you've been out on your rounds and come back and think, oh, I'll just see what I've been up to on the film. Apparently,
I'll fall asleep now. It's all right. Go.
I do. I have to say, I know it's maybe a stereotype film to watch, but Home Alone, I just think it's a great film to watch. So I'll put them three films down as ones I definitely watch. I do watch more, but you know, I do love Scrooge. That gets possibly not on Christmas Day. It may just get on Christmas Day, but it'll certainly get on Christmas Eve. Before that, yeah. No, I'll just say that. Delboy, do you want to say anything that you watch?
He didn't ask me, the bastard. Move on.
Oh, okay.
No, sod him.
Dear.
We'll be here all night if you keep adding my name at the end of these things. He did not ask me directly what's my favourite Christmas film.
I've just been nice and polite.
So sod the bastard.
If he says that, you know, like, oh, you've missed me out and this and that, I'll get all this moaning. I'm being nice and polite. Anyhow,
we will be. I'll tell you what, though, we will be until 1, and if you don't speed this up.
I'm just being nice, but okay.
I've got to be up at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and then right, we'll move on quickly then for you. My Christmas film is Scrooge, the Albert Finney musical.
Yeah.
Love that, brilliant. It is, yeah.
Brilliant.
Die Hard and Lethal Weapon are classed as Christmas action movies according to Wikipedia. Same with Gremlins.
Can I just ask Steve the colorized version or the black and white version? Next.
Right. Okay. Right. Thank you. And then we've got Sai saying, "Kiss Kiss Bang Bang" is another great Christmas action film.
Like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
I love Bad Santa. Yeah, that film.
I don't like Bad Santa though. Yeah. I don't like Bad Santa.
What's worst, reboot or reimagination?
Oh God.
That's
I'd have to think about
actually,
that.
But, worst. I don't like the idea of Wonka. I know I haven't seen Wonka for that reason, but a lot of people say it isn't.
Yeah, but there's worse films than that, because I could tell you now that the remake of not the Salem's Lot that came out this year, but the Salem's Lot that they did several years ago was terrible. Total Recall, when they did that. Was a bloody awful reimagination.
Total Recall. That is,
that was a bad reimagination. But again, though, if you watch it and you've never seen the first film, you'd look at it and you go, "Oh, it was all right."
Yeah,
it's a nice idea, isn't it? Traveling to Earth through the Earth's core and it turning around. It had some great ideas.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong. It's just that if you watch the original, you'd go, "What's this shit?"
I know what we'll say. The Wicker Man. The
Yes, that was bad.
Nicolas Cage version. Everybody talks about. Yeah, I'll say that. Reimagine means completely ruined in most cases. Yeah, that's the word. That's what it means. Yeah. Debbie does Santa. Yeah, that I like. Debbie does Santa. It sounds good to me. Yeah.
Is there a 4K steelbook of that?
Sounds good. Does she do him in Dallas?
That's the sequel.
Yeah.
Debbie does Santa in Dallas.
I like Deep Throat at Christmas. That's a good one. Oh no, Deep Throat.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a deep throat at Christmas, but that ain't gonna happen. There you go.
Linda Lovelace. Oh yes.
Yeah, that's that one where she has an orgasm at the back of her throat or something. Is that what the story
is Debbie in that too? Well, they often did play these kind of roles.
She could be called Debbie. I don't know.
Linda Lovelace. Tony, yeah, everyone has a good laugh. Do you think that Fright Night will get a 40th anniversary special edition 4K next year? You would have thought so.
I'm going to say I hope so, but I'm also wanting a Fright Night 2.
Yeah.
You know, the sequel to the original, not the reimagined one later on.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking reimagined.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are saying now that it's about time that the second one got out.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see that just to get it out of the way. But also because it's a good film. It is a good film. It's deserving of one.
Yeah. I've not seen it.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker though. I'm a sucker though for Roddy McDowall to be in anything. So
who isn't? Who isn't? That voice, you just hear the voice and it's Roddy McDowall and you're in. It's so good. Right. Steve Moore says at Sarah's, I'd like to see a double pack with part 2. That would be great.
Yeah. Somebody else would like to see a sequel come out.
Steve Moore agrees on that. James says, film is subjective. One person will love a film while another won't. No one is wrong or right. It's all about personal taste. That's true. Yeah. I love some films.
Do you know what? That is the best answer that we've had all night.
Yeah. I've never seen Cello and don't ever intend to. Sounds horrible, as does Serbian film. Stay way away from them. Don't touch them. They're awful. I just say that, to be honest. I'd buy a Fright Night 1 and 2 double pack. Yeah. I unfortunately watched a Serbian film. One of the worst decisions I've ever made. It was with me. I just got rid of it immediately.
Is it worse than those cannibal Holocaust films? You said yourself. You said I don't understand why people would want to watch.
Yeah, I think it is. I can't even mention the subject matter on here. I don't want us to get into one of those areas.
That's all I needed to know. I just wanted to know.
It's an area that is taboo. You shouldn't go into.
I haven't got it. So
no, I know, and I wouldn't recommend it at all. Even the cut version is what they've released. I think in this country is a cut version, and it's still awful. I prefer the unconventional Xmas film. I hate the cheesy, sugary, corny Xmas film. All right.
See, that's not me asking the question. Name a corny, sugary Christmas film, and what you consider to be a film that you'd like to watch, because. To be quite honest, I like It's a Wonderful Life, and I'm sure pretty people would turn around and say White Christmas, all of that bollocks. It's all 50.
Yeah, they'll say it's
Is that the sugary you're talking about? Or I don't know.
Yeah, it might mean, and it is Santa Claus the movie is pretty sugary, but that's what it might mean. I love it.
Hang on a minute. 8 minutes has gone by since he mentioned Santa Claus the movie film, and that's a new world record. Carry on.
Plonker, evening, Ian and Del. I don't comment a lot, but I wish you both a very Merry Christmas. As much as I know it's not easy, and I agree with Ian. Stay away from Salo. It's pure vile, in my opinion.
Oh, that's a good opinion. Thanks very much.
Thank you for contributing, and that. Thank you so much. And it is. It's
Merry Christmas to you as well.
Yeah. From the synopsis I've read of a Serbian film, it sounds horrific. You need to pay me to see it. A hack, if a lot, and then it's doubtful I would. You just don't bother with it. Don't bother ever. Anyone bought that big book edition of the Never Ending Story? Looks nice, but price just under £200. A bit expensive. I saw Jim Jam. Somebody had sent him it as a few people I think had got together and sent him this book, and he was just in heaven, was Jim Jam, because it's his favorite film.
Yeah, I called him a bastard the other day. Honestly, it's such a nice thing for somebody to do something like that. Me next, please. It's such an imprint. I mean, imprint. Where are you getting these prices from? It's like 200
quid. Yeah.
I
thought it was a really nice gesture by his friend.
I think the other one that's over 200 quid is Caligula. Is that the other one on imprint that's over 200 quid? It comes with the actual Playboy magazine or something.
Oh yeah,
in the box that came out the year that film came out, along with a deck of cards and all sorts of. £200 though for a film like Caligula. You know what I mean? But apparently, there's a never-ending story. It's got a German one on there. It's got an extended one on there. It's got a restoration version on there. Honestly, if somebody, I'm like this, I'd buy the £200 version of Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yeah, you would.
How many times have I got that film? But I don't care. We've all got that film where we'd say, do you know what? You bring out a film and it will cost 500 quid. I'm saving up for it. I'm getting it. You know what I mean? You just do. There's just certain films that hit us that way. Jim Jam, I'm dead jealous, you miserable bastard. I'm still waiting for a £1.99 one to go through my door free, let alone 200 quid. Thanks, you bastard. Cheers.
I actually, on a serious note, I thought it was wonderful what they did, his friends. His face was just pure. He couldn't believe it. It was a great reaction.
The cheeky bastard got 3 YouTube videos out of it. You bloody hell.
How has he got 3 out of it? I didn't know he got 3.
3! Has he? YouTube videos out of it. Jesus Christ. Here's a video of me watching it. Oh, thanks. Jesus.
He might be. I don't know if he comes in yet. I haven't looked.
There's opening the post office box. Then there's opening the box to see what's inside it. And now there's me watching it. Right? And there's 3 versions of it on there. We're only going to. So there's another 2 coming out. Look, it is me watching the German version of it. It's always there. Great. Cheers. Thanks, Jim Jam.
Is he in? No, I don't know if he can answer you.
And here's me watching it at Christmas. I wonder if there's a blooper version of it.
Tony says, heck, yeah. Nah, not a big fan of it. I'd prefer to watch, is a Labyrinth if I'm in the mood for a film like Never Ending Story.
I have to say that there's not much between them. I've got Labyrinth on Steelbook. I remember when that first came out. Brilliant. They all were saying that the restoration was good in that. I can't comment. I thought it was all right. Never Ending Story. It's the thing about the Never Ending Story is that I'm not that captivated by that film. You know, I watched it, thought it was good at the time, but a rock monster that talks and all that sort of stuff. You know, I have sometimes a bit of a trouble. I'll tell you what. Out of all of them, I'd rather watch Dark Crystal. How's that? Yeah. And that came out, and they're very much like Labyrinth and Never Ending Story. Dark Crystal, yeah. Another one to throw in the mix.
Right. Danny says, yes, Lethal Weapons ends with Martin Riggs joining Roger Murtaugh and his family for a Christmas dinner. I was right then. Yeah. So you can put it down as a Christmas film. Definitely.
Why? Just because he's sitting down for a roast dinner?
Well, it's got a Christmas. It's a nice Christmas thing to me. That is.
Look, in Australia, their Christmas dinner,
bringing people together, and the Christmas kind of message idea and all that.
Look, in Australia, their Christmas dinner's on a barbecue. It don't make it Christmas.
Anyhow, Riggs and Murtaugh bend over the hatred of Murtaugh's wife cooking. Yeah. Tony says James Jim Jam was gifted the Never Ending Story special edition. There's several videos. That's what you said.
Yeah, it's a series of 10. We're only up to episode 4. Jesus. He knows I'm joking about it.
It's funny though what you said.
Yeah, episode 4 of 10.
Plonker says, love Gremlins as a Christmas film, to be honest. Yeah, Gremlins, I love it. Who doesn't? And Gremlins 2, don't forget. I think Gremlins 2 is good. Yeah. Wow, who gifted it to him? It's a wonderful present. It's his favourite film, isn't it? I think a few of his friends got together and contributed so much, and fantastic. Yeah. It was. His face was just amazing to see it.
You want to see I'll tell you what, anybody that wants to see my face light up when they pay me, when they spend £200 on a gift for me, just send it to me. I'll show you what my face will look like. I don't mind. Anybody that wants to see that. You know?
I love to watch Bugsy Malone at Christmas. It's something I've done since the 80s. Oh dear. I better not say no about Bugsy Malone because I could end up going into a big rant. I'll say no, as we say.
I'll tell you, we could be anything that we wanted to be, couldn't we, Ian?
Really? Yeah. Yeah.
That's a Bugsy Malone line, isn't it? Come on, for God's sake.
I just don't get on with it. I don't like it. With regard Never Ending Story, I think it was 3 people. Big Paulie was one. Forgot the other 2. Oh, it probably would be Jamie Powell and I don't know who else, but yeah, that was it. Yeah. It was great, absolutely wonderful.
Who gives a shit? He got it, didn't he? And he got 3 YouTube videos out of it. Who gives a shit?
Oh dear. Well, Bruce Willis's wife's name's Holly, and Hans Gruber dies by a Christmas present, a Rolex. There you are. That's interesting. That Never Ending Story is an imprint release, 2 4Ks and 3 Blu-rays. Yeah. It's a great release. Yeah.
And again, my Frighteners is 2 4Ks and 3 Blu-rays, but it's still only $69.99.
Yeah.
It's because it's imprint and it's in deluxe packaging with a lot of other stuff.
What about your Titanic one? Yeah, that was expensive.
That was £100.
Yeah.
But what did you get there? You got some deck plan. Like I'm going to be walking along the Titanic's deck or something ever in my life. It's in the bloody water, isn't it?
It's rubbish.
They could have just drawn anything. I'd have believed it. I mean, am I going to go underwater and say they lied? Look,
you were ripped off. You were ripped off.
Look, there it looks nothing like that. The deck of the Titanic.
Oh, Mel, yeah, Delboy, he looks a right mug. He'll pay anything for this rubbish. And there they are, they put it out. And what did he do? He bought it.
You know me so well.
Pounds off with his pound. You still paid all that bloody money for it, didn't you?
You know me so well. And you know where it is? It's in the garage.
Yeah. Everybody go get rid of it for him. I honestly think that Superman Legacy will break 1 billion barrier easily next year. You could well be right.
Do you know what? He's probably right. If you think about it, right? If I remember rightly, Venom, when the first film came out, as bad as it was, did exceptionally well because there were no other films around it to compete it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what's coming out at the same time as Superman Legacy, but I tell you what, after all of the stuff that's going on at Christmas, I've been stuffing myself, I've had all this drink, I've had all this food. At the time where it's right, let's go and see a family film and it's Superman Legacy, I bet you any money it does make $1 million. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I want to. Does anybody know if a follow-up is going to be made to the Batman?
I've heard it was.
In progress?
I heard there was.
All right.
But I don't know what happened to it. I heard the script had been done. It was all to do with how DC were changing their lineup for how they were going to make superhero films. On the back burner, if I remember right.
Be interesting. Superman kills Zod in Man of Steel. Right.
As I told you, it's I mean, Zod is in Superman 2, the Donner, the Donner, the film that Richard Donner was sacked, but he was sacked halfway through making it, and he was doing it back to back.
Yeah.
And Zod was one of those evil characters. You see what I mean? He was one of those evil characters. In the film, the film that came out in the 2020s, he killed him.
Yeah.
Nah, Superman doesn't kill.
Yeah. Stephen Taylor says, do you still watch films on ITV or Channel 4? I watched The Green Mile and it turned a 3-hour film into nearly 4 hours after all the adverts. That's one of the reasons I wouldn't watch anything on that. Just one of the reasons.
Stephen, shall I tell you how you can make that film 5 hours? Right? When the film ends, turn it over to +1.
Oh, crikey.
Watch the last hour again.
Oh, no. Oh.
It's 5 hours long then.
Yeah. Oh, crikey. Oh, crikey. Oh, dear. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is owned by Eon. Still, I think. Doctor Who Colour War Games. I'm looking forward to how I've heard it being cut. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because it's Patrick Troughton. I love Patrick Troughton, but how on earth you get 10 episodes into that, I don't know. But I know Delboy's a big Patrick Troughton fan as well, and anything Patrick Troughton, we're on board.
Yeah.
So Tony says, and it's been cut to 90 minutes from 10 episodes. Yeah, that's it. Tony says, any fans of the Kingsman franchise? I only seen bits of the first 2 on TV. Just got the Blu-ray of the third, The King's Man. Good fun, historical, set mainly during World War One.
I've got them.
Yes, I know. I was just thinking, you've been showing the steel book, haven't you, of that one?
Yeah, like I said,
yeah.
I think the films are all right.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I mean, I don't know what to say about it really, other than it's above average and really good fun to watch.
Is he like a sort of First World War secret agent James Bond?
It's like James Bond. It's a hidden society.
Right.
It's a hidden society, more like League of Gentlemen.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sort of like a secret society of spies.
Oh, sounds good.
So it was if James Bond, you'd been watching James Bond and suddenly somebody turns around to you and said he works for MI5 and you say, oh, I didn't know all of that. I thought it was a secret spy society.
Yeah.
A department that nobody knows. That's what Kingsman franchise is.
Oh, right. Yeah, sounds good. Touche, yes.
That's Touche, that.
Yeah. Apart from the original Star Trek, which TV Star Trek series do you like the most? Mine's Next Gen.
Yeah, Next Gen.
Quickly.
After that, probably Voyager.
Yeah. I like all the Kingsman films, Tony.
Yep.
To probably try the others all the way through now. McMahon, love you really, Delboy.
Lying bastard.
Yeah. There's just a bit of violent fun, Tony. There's an action sequence in a church in the first film, which is incredible. Oh, right. Incredible. Yeah, he's done it again. Thumbs up from Tony. The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes' Smarter Brother is a good film starring Gene Wilder. Yeah, Gene Wilder.
It's The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes' Smarter Younger Brother, and I've been trying to find that on Blu-ray for a while.
Yeah, and it's not available then.
I think he wrote that one.
Yeah,
like Young Frankenstein.
Yeah. Another tradition was a dark-haired man letting the new year in. Yeah, I remember as a child, my dad used to do it. Yeah, that people used to get somebody in the street and all that business. I don't know why, but they did all these things with your bit of coal and something else. And yeah. Go on, the Delboy. What are your set Xmas films you like to watch at Christmas? Say that they're being polite to you now.
No, you didn't want to know, you miserable bastard. You just said that because I said up yours, you arsehole, and all that sort of stuff. You weren't interested one bit. You just said Ian. And because I said, oh, right, no, Ian and Del, fuck you. Next.
Is that all you've got to say?
Like, you can't butter yourself up round me just because you didn't put bloody Del at the end, you miserable son. Don't get round me like that.
Sorry, Jamie. You see
all right then. It's a Wonderful Life, Scrooged, Christmas Vacation.
Okay, that'll do.
Yeah, that's free. Yeah.
Charles Duncan says, Ian and Del, I've just looked on Amazon. The Likely Lads movie with the extra 2 lost episodes is on the network label with yellow lettering, about £13.50. Well, I suppose that ain't bad, £13.50.
Yeah, but it makes perfect sense to turn around and say have it as a complete set and pay the slightly more, so you got it all in one box. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you have bought the episodes where it was the complete and then there's only the film and the 2 episodes missing, but I bet you any money you still wouldn't get the documentaries.
No.
There'll be something missing that you need to get in the complete one. That's what I've always found.
Oh, right. Now, this one's an interesting one. But people mention that. Worst reboot, reimagining Burton's Planet of the Apes. Interested?
I wouldn't say it's the worst.
Yeah.
It's one of those films, Planet of the Apes, right? When you look at it, it's got some... I mean, what a fantastic idea. And I am going to give the spoiler away because I don't care. Abraham Lincoln was a very, very big shock ending for me when I saw Planet of the Apes, the one that Burton did, right? It didn't affect me in the same way that the Statue of Liberty did in the first film. But what a great idea that he'd gone back and there was Abraham Lincoln. What a great way. Abraham Lincoln. That's marvelous. And I tell you what, it didn't half look like Abraham Lincoln as well, that monkey face that was on it. It was really well done. I thought it was great. And then they all come round and they've got guns and they're all gorillas and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And you read the original book shows that that the chimpanzees and everything, they were flying around in planes and World War II jeeps and actually held court. And it was almost like they wore waistcoats and stuff. They stood nearly upright and their lives like that. Totally different to Planet of the Apes that we saw in the 1969. It's just the 1969 one worked so well. I'm glad there was no planes and all that sort of stuff, that the hardest weapon they had was a gun, a musket rifle. That works for me. That's the end of that. Just my little rant on that.
Right. This is interesting. Tony says the new Likely Lads DVD set is $39.99 on Amazon. I think the only thing it won't have is the film. Guess the BBC have nothing to do with it. That's probably true. That it's not going to have the film.
I bet you any money it's a BBC/Hammer co-production.
Yeah.
It means that the BBC do have something to do. It's probably locked down with licensing on the second... on who the distributor was, because it wouldn't be the BBC that distributed the film. It would have been someone like MGM, Warner, or whatever it was. You see what I mean? So it'll be
Yeah.
locked down in that sort of crap, I should think.
One says Debbie does Santa as a pop-up steelbook. Oh dear, I'm saying no.
I thought he said. I thought he said pop-up steel cock. I thought he put there.
Yeah. Why would you watch a Serbian film? In my opinion, anyway, unless I was going there. I would never ever go there with that. Xmas, aka Saw X, the Christmas movie. Oh, right.
No, that's what he's saying. It'd be the worst Christmas film. Would be Saw X, the Christmas movie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like Saw X.
Yeah, can you imagine Saw X, the Christmas movie?
Yeah, it'd be quite good, wouldn't it?
Oh, everybody's being killed. Everyone being killed by force feeding Brussels sprouts down their throats and stuff.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that was a great film.
Yeah. Actually, I'm surprised somebody hasn't said, but it's not my favourite. That Terrifier 3, isn't that set at Christmas? Yeah. I don't like Terrifier films. I do mean Santa Claus the movie or Miracle on 34th Street. I can't watch them. Too much sugar frosting on them. Yes, of course.
Which one on the Miracle on 34th Street?
Yeah. There's two versions, isn't there?
Yeah.
The one with Richard
Attenborough.
I can't remember the other one, but yeah, I know those two. I like Willy Wonka and his chocolate.
Willy Wanker.
And Snow White does. Oh no, it was. I thought it was a mystery. I would be there. Oh yeah, and does a Seven Dwarfs, the porn version. So yeah, yeah, it wasn't a typo then. No. Charles Duncan says, "Chance to go now, guys. See you next time. Great show. Bye bye. Thank you for joining, even though you've gone by now. Thank you anyhow." James says, if you had to choose one person to have round for Xmas dinner, who would you choose? Oh no, Putin, Kim Jong-un, or Donald Trump? Lovely choice, isn't it? I know. Why don't you invite the whole three round?
One of them bastards round my house.
And just get them to have a fight with each other and
I'll do a Kenny Everett.
Yeah.
On them. Do you remember what Kenny Everett we used to say? I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd put him in a garden, stick him in the middle of the field, and
yeah, that's what we do. Yeah.
You had that general with the big armpits.
Yeah.
The bastards! Like, yes, he used to.
Yeah, I don't think you can't choose one. Not really with those three. It's impossible to choose one. They're all been combined together as one. Yeah.
I don't like Donald Trump. Don't like Putin. Don't like him.
No, who does? Yeah. Well, no, I should say that. Some people obviously do like him. Stephen laughing there. Tony says, "What's on the menu?" Yeah, that would be a good one. That'd be a great one.
I'll tell you what's worse, right? I'll tell you which one I'd probably choose. I'd probably choose the Chow Yun Pin, whatever his bloke's name is. And the reason for it, I wouldn't kill them. I'd serve them the worst meal that they could think of because they obviously like Chinese film or whatever it is, right? Because I want to torture them and let them know just how bad things are. Right, eat that, and you've got nothing else to eat. You've got to keep eating it. You can't eat nothing else until you clear your plate and all that sort of shit. And say, right, that's what it's like for all those people you bombed, you bastard.
Oh, yeah.
Right, for the rest of their life.
You could do it that like the Tudors did when they were poisoning people. And it lasted for ages. They just let them have a slow death, torturing them.
That's it.
Yeah,
you only chopped off their head after you've actually bloody done everything else that just about kept them alive.
That's right. That was a good dessert, chopping the head off. I think
you can live without your intestines inside your body for 12 hours. That's what the doctors said. And to be quite honest, these people were skilled in the blade. So it was like, yeah, I'm going to let you watch your intestines come out your stomach.
Yeah.
And then I'll come back and then I'll chop one of your fingers off or something,
Yeah.
or chop your hand off one at a time, whatever.
Yeah. Well, do you remember that they used to hang, draw, and quarter people?
Yeah,
and
that's it.
Next,
Yeah.
all that is what they did. All those things.
That's what Braveheart was, wasn't it? They scattered
Yeah.
him to the four corners of England with the hand, with the quartering. The quartering, that was that, wasn't it?
It's gory.
Wallace.
Tony says probably Kim, as he's the least likely to speak English and wouldn't have to listen to him talk or to. Yes, actually, that's probably true.
Bollocks, yeah.
Yeah. The Batman 2, is supposedly to be released in 2026. Oh, right.
Yeah.
So there we are.
I told you I thought that the script had been written. I just thought it had been put back because they were changing the lineup of how DC movies were coming in.
And is it the same actor who's going to come back again as the Batman?
I know nothing else but that, really.
Yeah. What films do you always remember being on in the new year on TV
film.
back in the 70s, 80s, 90s before streaming?
Bond.
The new year.
Yeah, they'd always have a James Bond film on a Boxing Day, or it would have been the New Year.
Was,
it's difficult because remember what you have to understand, Andy, is that we were regionalized.
Yeah.
The BBC you could probably name, and it would be the same, but for ITV we were regionalized. And London Thames, London Network Television would sometimes take over Christmas, and on other times they'd give it over to their own independent central regionalizations. But if I remember rightly, New Year's Day, I think everybody was still in bed.
Yeah.
I can't quite remember. I know that Bond has been on a Christmas, so has The Sound of Music, but I also know Sound of Music has been on a Boxing Day, and it's been on a New Year's Day.
Yeah, it's moved around.
It moved around, but it's those types of films, The Great Escape, all those war military films. They used to put them on, in the afternoon of New Year's Day.
With things like The Sting put on, they might have been in later years, because that's a long film.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance.
Oh yeah, that's it. It's all
it's not out of scope for being put on a New Year's Day.
Yeah, that's it. That's the kind of film. Andy says, "Heard Batman 2 happening, so hope so." Yeah. Tony, I think you're right. I could stand Trump constantly waffling verbal diarrhea. Yeah, it would be. The First Kingsman is really good, even on rewatch.
Yeah, I tell you what, the fight scene is just one that you can just watch over and over again. It's just so well done.
And then Joe says, "I couldn't stand." I think that's the other Trumpy.
I couldn't stand Trump.
Yeah, the Trump. I like Elton John in Kingsman too. He's hilarious.
He tries to kill everybody with plungers and all sorts of stuff. It is fun. It is fun in that film.
I didn't like Kingsman 2, this is Si says, but the follow-up, The Kingsman with Ralph Fiennes in, is good. All right.
I like them all. I quite like them.
Tony, don't know which year it was. Must have been in the 70s. I have a vivid memory of watching Cartoon with Charlton Heston on Xmas Eve. Strange how certain memories stick in the mind. Yeah, I think that would well have been happening. There was an era, wasn't there, when Charlton Heston films popped up quite a lot on TV.
Yeah.
Certainly that one is one that would definitely have appeared.
I know I've seen El Cid on New Year's Day.
Yeah. My Great Escape is one of my favorite films to watch at Xmas. Yeah, I forgot about that one. It is the
I've got the
one
4K
Xmas
one. I've
film.
got
Yeah,
the 4K. I've got the
yeah,
4K wrap of that.
yeah. Over the last couple of years, I rewatched the 8 films. The originals are better for me than the recent trilogy. Totally agree.
Absolutely. I don't
Totally
think there's.
agree.
I don't think there's many
Even
people that
for
would.
me, the poorest ones of the original trilogy, probably the 4 and 5, are just as good as anything that the newer ones are. I know I don't mind the new ones, but just somehow the magic of the first lot of films is fantastic for me. It's just memories, and I love them. That's December on that. Good evening, guys. Hello, Jim.
Jesus
Did
Christ!
you hear what he was talking? Was you in earlier?
Turn this stream off now. The bastard's in.
I'm still. I'm still
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, what's this? Episode 3.5. You know.
I love the background, Del. You haven't heard what he was saying yet, have you? You might not say that. Del, can you do a Muppet impression of that? I couldn't make another joke already there, but I won't. I'll refrain from that joke.
Hang on. Don't make me laugh. Boo, rubbish, worst thing ever heard. Boo. That's
fine. That's fine.
That's the two grumpy old men in the wings. Boo, rubbish, worst thing ever heard. Boo. Get him off.
Tony says, "Evening, James." And then Muckman says, "Hiya, Jim Jam." Hi, Tony. Jim Jam says,
all the highs, man. We'll be
hi, Muckman. And Daddy Jim Music and TVI, mate. Tony says, Ian and Dale, aka Waldorf and
Statler. Yeah, the two people in the.
Yes. Just what you said. Yep. The crazy stuff we watched in the 80s on TV in the UK was fucked up. It could never happen now, thank you, with the likes of Savile.
No.
Oh my, yes. Yeah. I forgot about a certain program that was extremely popular in that era that we can't talk about. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a scary YouTube video of interacting with several children present. Yeah, I've seen that.
Tell you what, there's a scary YouTube video that I saw the other day, right? There's this complete bastard opened this package, right? And inside this package, it had this bloody film, cost nearly 200 quid, right? Turned it into a free film mega piece. Tell you, right? You even have the little sod watching the bloody thing. Well, we have to actually just go turn around and say thanks very much for having a £200 fucking present and stuffing it down.
I'll tell you something. We've had some good rants tonight. We've had a lot of good rants. Yes. Next, we'll be having to do votes for what was the best rant. Yeah. Right. There it is. Jim will fix it.
Yeah. When's episode 4 out, Jim Jam? You bastard.
Still in shock at the cost of the Christmas Radio Times.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what can you say? What a waste of money that is.
It is.
Hi, Danny. Jim John says, Tony asks, how much is Radio Times? You fans of Flight of the Navigator?
I am indeed.
There you are. Bloody expensive, Tony. $7.99. Bloody hell. Sorry. Yeah.
Drop in the ocean for southern bastards.
Far too much for that rubbish. Yeah. Del, do you like Never Ending Story? There you are.
I tell you what, we've just been talking about this. I don't mind Never Ending Story, but I possibly would like watching Dark Crystal over it, over the Never Ending Story. Possibly.
Yeah.
I've got no problems with Never Ending Story. Don't get me
No,
wrong.
well, there you are.
Bloody awful soundtrack. Jamal and that never-ending fucking story.
Could get a decent paperback for that. All right. That's the cost at Radio Times. Yeah. Since the early 90s, I always watch Big Trouble in Little China on New Year's.
Tell you what, that's probably a good film to watch on New Year's Day.
Do you know, I think Big Trouble in Little China has had a bad rap from certain areas and saying, "Oh, it's too weird," and it's this and that. I really like it. I love it.
I watched it as a watch along, and I didn't enjoy it with the watch along. But
you were in that watch along.
I watched it by myself, and I like it. I think it was one of those things where that night I don't think anything that you put on I could have liked. I think it.
I think it's great. They say it's weird, but that's one of its merits.
But I tell you what, I might watch over Big Trouble in Little China. I might on that New Year's Day have watched Escape from New York more.
Oh yeah.
I like Escape from New York more than Big Trouble in Little China, and that's not to put Big Trouble in Little China down. It's just that I just love the concept of that film. Just brilliant.
Yeah. Actually, my favorite, again, is perhaps not the most popular of those Carpenter films, is Prince of Darkness. I think it's great. And it's misunderstood. Totally misunderstood.
I love Assault on Precinct 13.
Oh yeah.
Film.
Actually, the more you start saying that, you think, oh yeah, that's a good. It just shows you how good the set of films they were, because you start thinking, yeah, I agree, that one's good and that one's good. But I think Prince of Darkness, because I've heard it get quite a bit of a bad rap amongst people, and I like it. You know,
I think it's because it's a mix of some of this special effects and with animatronics and all of that sort of stuff. But I tell you what. I tell you what, it's really good in the sewers. It looks really sharp in the sewers.
Yeah.
Anyway, next question or next comment.
Merry Christmas to you both for next week and a Happy New Year. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Saul.
Thank you so much. And if you want to see us rant a bit more, come over January.
And I say New Year's Day. New Year's Day, we're on again. And also, apparently, on Monday you can see us doing the same kind of stuff again, ranting away.
Yeah, we are doing bar humbug. Ho 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 Christmas.
Jim Namu says, been watching Christmas specials. Watched Are You Being Served? I love that. Are You Being Served?
Like I said, I watched The Likely Lads and Steptoe and Son.
Yeah. Did you
it was the Steptoe and Son where they were going on holiday, and he finally got his passport, and he got him going off to Switzerland while he went off to Bognor with his dirty weekend girl. It was really good. It was really good one.
Oh, great, wonderful. Anyhow, Del, did you enjoy my trilogy then, Del?
No, because it's only 3 parts of 10. I want to know what the others get up to.
Episode 4 coming up soon.
There you are, look, episode 4. That's what I want. I want to see you. I want to see your face when you're watching the German one without dubbing. Come on.
Yeah. Tony says, just got the Are You Being Served DVD film. Years since I saw it. Oh, wonderful! I love that film. Tony says,
I'll tell you, that's where they go. That's where they go to Spain, wasn't it?
Yeah. Thank you, Tony, for being here. And I'm sorry we have gone on a lot tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
We probably have to go, but thanks anyhow as always. Love you, really, Del.
I love you too as well, Jim Jam. You can see it, look, in my fingers.
Del enjoyed watching Big Trouble on his own because he was perving
over Kim Cattrall. It doesn't take much to perv over. Just watch one episode of Sex and the City. You don't have to perv too much, do you?
It's me who always gets accused of all this business perving, but it's good to see that he is. Who remembers Under Siege for a certain scene involving a birthday cake?
You know what? I do not watch Steven Seagal films. I've never. Is that Under Siege?
Yeah, I've never seen
Yeah.
it.
Don't watch
Never
Under
seen
Siege.
it.
Don't
Sorry.
watch Steven Seagal films.
And then yeah, what was that? I don't know what. And then Erica Elinika.
Elena.
Elenak. I
Yeah,
don't know that. She was pretty, says Jamie. When I was young, I always remembered the Box of Delights with the Second Doctor and the Company of Wolves with Angela Lansbury freaking me out. Yeah, I like the Company of Wolves. Some people, again, not as keen on that. Freak me out. The Shining, Twin Peaks. And he's continuing. Where's he? Continues. Here we are. What do you remember that freaked you out as a kid?
Go on then.
Anything with Ken Dodd and those blooming Diddy men, and at Christmas he might pop up. There you are. That honestly, that freaked me out.
That's a good answer, actually. I don't think I can top that one. I don't think I was really ever freaked out, because I watch things like Michael Bentine's Potty Time and all sorts of stuff. So
yeah,
it never really freaked me out. Oh, I'll tell you what freaked me out. That children's TV with the big nosy bonk. Ludwig as well. That children's TV show Ludwig, I think, was one. I don't think they freaked me out though. Like I said, the things that freaked me out the most was how many kids you could have painting bloody crappy pictures and sending them into Tony Hart and calling it artwork. I looked at some of it and I was going, "You're kidding me. You think that's art? There's a 14-year-old there that's drawn something that I wouldn't stick on a fridge. What's this here?" That freaked me out.
It's a good job they didn't have you as some sort of judge on these TV programs, kids' TV programs, where they're having to judge these paintings. Oh God, yeah.
But I mean, you can all name things in films that freaked us out. Do you know what I mean? I mean, my sister didn't like the Rat Catcher or something, isn't it? The Child Catcher, you know, and all of that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people mention the Child Catcher.
You see, again, that never freaked me out because I know
it never did with me. No.
But yeah, I mean, if I had to name something, it's how children of 14 could pass that off as artwork in Tony Hart and all that, right? Because I tell you what, a 3-year-old does better than some of those 4-year-olds.
And Jamie says, I think that's that actress they mentioned or model. Playboy spread was an eye opener. I'm sure it was. Spread. Oh dear. Yes.
Yeah.
Great. That's Erica Alinica, not Angela. Hey.
Picture in your mind, bloody Angela Lansbury spread eagle. I don't really want to think about that. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ!
You never know, dear. You never know. Well,
come on, it's now gone 12. Come on, I've got to get to bed.
Sorry for bringing the tone down. Oh well, there you are. What do you remember that freaked you out? We've had that one. Sorry. Seriously though, this community is amazing. Such down to earth people like yourself. Thank you, Jim Jam.
Yeah, Jim Jam. I love you to bits, you bastard. Yeah.
Pamela Anderson. She's got a mention again. What freaked me out was Angela Lansbury's Playboy
spread. I knew that was coming up.
The Child Catcher, chitty chitty bang bang. Yeah, freaked out. And Chuckle Vision, to me, to you.
Would that freak you out, Chuckle Vision? I can understand if it did. Two people and they sort of looked like each other.
Yeah, you think they're a bit dodgy. Jaws 2 freaked me out. The bit where the girl in purple gets swallowed whole by the shark. It completely damaged me as a child.
Yeah.
E.T. freaked me out.
I'll tell you what. E.T. did not freak me out, but I tell you what, my mum turned around and said it best. She turned around and said, "How much was that E.T.?" And I told her it cost £1 million. She said, "It looks like a Henry Hoover with a potato on the top. I could have done that for £1 million. Give me £1 million. I'll make E.T. 2 for you." It looks like a King Edward spoon on the top of a Hoover Flex. It does. They covered up Henry Hoover, didn't they? And they went up to Spielberg and they said, "That's $1 million, mate." And he went, "Yeah, there you go. Here's £1 million. Bloody hell. Yeah, give me $1 million. I'll make you your next one, you bastard."
Oh, dear. Right, Stephen Ball says, Shannon Tweed is a hottie. Gene Simmons is a lucky guy. Yeah, Shannon Tweed appeared in all these sort of soft porn films that they sometimes showed late night on ITV.
She was like Kate Milligan, wasn't she? She was around everything in soft.
They were really appallingly bad, and she was in them, and not that good. Del, your comedy gold. There you are. Good night, Chapettes. Good night, Jamie.
Have a great Christmas, my friend. Jim Jam and Muckman movies. You're both in my thoughts.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and the same to you.
And you, Si. You're in my thoughts as well.
Jim Jam says, till next time. Yeah, we'll see you next time. I'm going now. Happy Christmas and a Happy New Year to everyone. Don't get too drunk.
Yes,
and
Mum.
Then, finally, the last comment is from Jim Jam. Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas to you. And thank you, everyone that has commented. Oh, it was another one just coming here. Merry Christmas, one all. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much.
Now sod off.
Anyhow, thank you, Delboy, for, as usual, appearing on here and doing a great job. Thank you so much. And
I just want to say thank you to everybody. You do know that my rants are just a persona. It's just I've just had a blast. Ranting and raving over the smallest little thing. It's made me smile. It's made me smile because I'm with my friend Ian, and I class you all as my friends. You're all just wonderful to me. Thank you so much. And I do wish you the happiest of Christmas. I hope Santa's got you everything you want. Now sod off, you bastard.
And I'd just like to say, if anybody fancies going through similar sort of things again, then apparently on Monday on Delboy's channel, there's going to be another complete rant on everything.
Bar humbug Christmas with Denny and Delboy and Ian.
Yeah. So there you are. So thank you, Delboy, as I say again, and your usual farewell.
Oh, and it's goodbye from him.
And it's goodbye from me.
Good night. And salute.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. And is it going?